Our agendas for these seminars are 1. Opening 2. Singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. Prayer recitations 4. Greetings from the Vice Chairman of Organization 5. Greetings from the Dean of FTSP 6. Welcome speech from Rector of Universitas Trisakti 7. Photo sessions 8. Discussions 9. Closing and 10. Door prize announcement. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please turn on your camera to sing national anthem, Indonesia Raya. You. First of all, we are truly grateful to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us guidance, health, and mercy, where we can attend and participate these seminars without any obstacles. To say our gratitude, let's begin our agenda this morning by saying prayer that is led by Mr. Arif Fadilah STMT. So, Mr. Arif, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment. Pray to God Almighty so that our event can be precious to all of us. I will Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of the world. Peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions, and for those who followed his example till the judgment day. O Allah, on this blessed time, in conjunction with the Third International Seminar on Livable Space, we beg and grateful towards you in favor of all the infinite blessings to us, your humble servant, to live in safe and prosperous life. We seek your blessing for a flawless of this event from the beginning till the end. We seek your guidance to steer clear of events that will detrimental this seminar. O Allah, with your blessing, make this seminar as a useful science assembly as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, experiences of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines, especially to promoting sustainable cities and communities. O Allah, please bless us with your tawfiq in hidayah. Please guide our university, our institution to a greatness, glory, and prosperity. Make us a responsible intellectual. Grant us with a valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind in order to gain your blessing. Make us your righteous servant that followed your commands and neglect the sinful act. O Allah,
Thank you, Mr. Arif. The first greeting is from the Vice Chairman of Organization Committee, Insinyur Muhammad Ali Topan MT. To Mr. Ali, time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. The Honorable invited speaker, Mr. Ulrich Herbig from Vienna University of Technology, Austria, Mrs. Eti Patmodiputro from Urban Idea Lab, USA, Professor Sung Hong Kim from Seoul University, South Korea, Professor Arif Setiawan from Keneshu State University, USA, Mr. Iwan Priyanto from Green Building Council Indonesia, and Professor Agus Budi Purnomo from Universitas Trisakti Indonesia. The Honorable guest, Chair of Universitas Trisakti Senate, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of Universitas Trisakti, Vice Rectors of Universitas Trisakti, Director of Research Institute of Universitas Trisakti, Director of Community Service Institute of Universitas Trisakti, Deans of Universitas Trisakti, and participants of the third International Seminar on Livable Space. Dear participants and distinguished guests, the International Seminar of Livable Space is a series of international seminars that has been conducted for the first time in 2012 under the theme Creating Space for Better Life, followed by the second seminar which has held in 2016 with the theme Applying Local Knowledge. Today's seminar is the third in a row with the theme Promoting Inclusive, Safe, Resilient,
Thank you, Mr. Ali. The second greeting will be delivered by the Dean FTSP, Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Hadi Prabowo MT. To Mr. Hadi, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The honorable and invited speakers, Mrs. Ulrike Herbig from TU Wien, Austria, Mrs. Eti Patmodiputro from Urban Idea Lab USA, Professor Arif B. Setiawan from Kennesaw State University, USA, Professor Sung Hong Kim from Seoul University, South Korea, Mr. Iwan Prianto from Green Building Council Indonesia, Professor Agus Budi Purnomo from Universitas Trisakti Indonesia. The honorable guest, Rector of Universitas Trisakti, Chair of Universitas Trisakti Senate, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of Universitas Trisakti, Vice Rector of Universitas Trisakti, Director of Research Institute of Universitas Trisakti, Director of Community Service Institute of Universitas Trisakti, Deans of Universitas Trisakti, participant of the third International Seminar of Livable Space, distinguished guests and participants. The unintegrated development in urban areas bring about differences in growth or inequality of facilities between urban and rural areas, resulting in urbanization is the attractive magnets in terms of employment opportunities for urbanites. Along with the expansion of urbanization is the decreasing of quality of life and urban space as indicated in the following. First, by the increasing of slum pocket for slum settlement in the middle of the city. Second, by the changing of excessive land use initiate natural imbalance and contribute to the increasing rate of natural damage. Third, by the growing number of job seekers, both in formal and informal sector, has resulted in high unemployment rate in urban areas. Four, by the rising of life pressure which enforces people to conduct unnecessary action, including criminal acts. Fifth, by the potential appearance of new form of social inclusion that comprises the quality access to services and opportunities toward existing resources. The increasing of urbanization goes along with the changing in climate. This gave rise to various problems that will be faced in urban areas in terms of disasters such as flood, infrastructure damage, spread of disease, as well as economic impact, energy, and food. Distinguished guests and conference participants, to respond the above problem and to enforce the livability of city and settlement, in 2015, the Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals was ratified. Goal number 11 of SDG states that making cities and settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Sustainable development does not only concentrate on environmental issues, but it also covers three policy areas. They are economic development, social development, and environmental protection. To ensure that the city provides opportunity and better living conditions for all, it is necessary to have an inclusive settlement area concept which include, among others, spatial, which cover affordability to housing, water, and sanitation; social, which ensure equal right and participation to all communities; economy, with create job for the population so that it provide opportunities to increase income. With, with the increase of crime rate at residential areas due to poverty, it is demanded to provide prevention strategies to reduce the crime risk and to minimize the potential of harmful effect on individual and communities. Likewise, it includes increasing individual rights in terms of physical, social, and psychological and integrity of a person. Resilient urban and residential area require investment in renewable energy, sustainable building technique, and the increased use of sustainable transportation. The strategy contribute to mitigating the impact of climate change and increasing resilience to future resource storage. Honorable audience, it is our attention that this virtual seminar will be used as an opportunity for academics and practitioners to sharing and exchanging ideas about sustainable urban area and settlement. By doing so, it is hoped that theoretical and practical knowledge will be obtained to inspire the development in science and technology and to implement the ways in dealing with urban and settlement problem in the area of disruption. Finally, I would like to greet and welcome you all to this third international seminar on livable space, which conduct virtually. I do hope that what we are currently doing will be beneficial for future situation. Now, allow me to invite Rector of Universitas Trisakti to officially open this virtual international seminar on livable space. Have a wonderful and productive discussion. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Hadi Prabowo, MT, for the greetings. Last but not least, welcoming for the last but not least, welcoming speech from Rector of Universitas Trisakti to Professor Dr. Ali Gufron Mukti, MSc, PhD. Time is yours. Excuse us, during the connections, we will wait for Professor Dr. Aligu from Mukti, MSc PhD, for a while. Thank you for your time, for your understanding.
Direncanakan dan dibangun dengan tanggung jawab, dengan mengutamakan konsep berkelanjutan agar membawa efek positif bagi lingkungannya. Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan Universitas Trisakti hadir sejak tahun 1965. Dengan visi menjadi fakultas yang andal, berstandar internasional dengan tetap memperhatikan nilai-nilai lokal dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, seni dan budaya dalam bidang perencanaan, rancang bangun, dan rekayasa lingkungan untuk meningkatkan kualitas hidup dan peradaban. Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan Universitas Trisakti memiliki program studi yaitu Sarjana Teknik Sipil, Sarjana Arsitektur, Magister Teknik Sipil, dan Magister Arsitektur. Program studi secara konsisten terakreditasi A oleh BAN PT. Kurikulum pengajaran dirancang sesuai dengan kerangka kualifikasi nasional yang dapat diselesaikan dalam 8 semester dengan total 144 SKS. Sistem pembelajaran dilakukan secara online dan offline, seperti belajar di kelas, studio perancangan arsitektur, dan hingga laboratorium. Fasilitas terintegrasi dengan ruang kelas, studio gambar, ruang minat dan bakat, dan laboratorium. Laboratorium pembelajaran telah diakui oleh industri, seperti Laboratorium Teknologi Beton, Laboratorium Geoteknik, Laboratorium Keairan, Laboratorium Transportasi, Laboratorium Ilmu Ukur Tanah, dan dilengkapi dengan Laboratorium Fisika Bangunan, Computational Fluid Dynamics, Laboratorium Komputer, dan Laboratorium Teknologi Bangunan. Akademik, mahasiswa Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan Universitas Trisakti memiliki wadah untuk kegiatan dan organisasi, yaitu Himpunan Mahasiswa Sipil, Himpunan Mahasiswa Arsitektur Adistana, Parlemen Fakultas, dan Badan Eksekutif Fakultas. Para staf pengajar merupakan orang yang berkompetensi dan profesional di bidangnya, dengan kualifikasi guru besar, doktor, dan magister. Tidak heran, mahasiswa Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan Universitas Trisakti telah mencetak lebih dari 8.000 alumni. Jaringan ikatan alumni tersebar dengan berbagai profesi, seperti pembuat kebijakan, wirausaha, tenaga pendidik dan peneliti, sehingga membuka peluang prospek bekerja jadi terbuka lebar. Jadi, jangan ragu untuk bergabung menjadi keluarga Fakultas Teknik Sipil dan Perencanaan Universitas Trisakti. See you!
Sentul Internasional Stadion Pacuan Kuda. Pada perancangan Stadion Pacuan Kuda ini berada di kawasan Sentul City, Jawa Barat dengan luas kurang lebih 21 hektar. Dasar perancangan stadion ini berdasar dari isu masyarakat yang tidak adanya stadion dan pusat pelatihan berkuda di Indonesia yang memiliki standar internasional. Rancangan kawasan Pacuan Kuda ini memiliki pendekatan arsitektur high-tech dengan fasad kontemporer. Timur dan barat terhadap ruang komunal yang nyaman dan asri. Pada atap stadion ini menggunakan 2 jenis struktur pada atap, yaitu space truss dan juga struktur kabel yang ditopang oleh kolom besar yang menjadi ciri pada bangunan high-tech. Bentuknya yang dinamis, menggambarkan bagaimana sisi feminim dari kuda pacu. Stadion ini menggunakan teknologi fotovoltaik atau panel surya yang bertujuan untuk mengurangi konsumsi energi listrik yang diganti dengan energi matahari. Dan juga terdapat sistem rainwater harvesting pada atap. Sebelum memasuki stadium, adanya tiket box untuk memasuki stadium. Berikut ialah bagian lobi utama pada stadium. Terdapat food court di dalam stadium. Dan juga ruang VIP yang dilengkapi dengan coffee shop. Stadion pacuan kuda ini memiliki kapasitas kurang lebih 7.000 penonton dan memiliki lahan parkir berkapasitas kurang lebih 1.000 mobil. Selain itu, terdapat fasilitas hotel bintang 3 dengan kapasitas 60 kamar yang dapat menampung para joki yang sedang bertanding maupun pengunjung yang sedang berlibur. Sirip pada hotel yang berbentuk vertikal berfungsi untuk mereduksi panas matahari dan juga memberikan nilai estetik yang merupakan pengulangan elemen garis pada bangunan utama. Lalu, pada kawasan ini terdapat area rekreasi yang nyaman dan asri. Dan juga terdapat sekolah kuda dan stable horse yang berkapasitas kurang lebih 100 kuda. Sekian dan terima kasih.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, while waiting for Rector of Universitas Trisakti, the last two videos that we watched before are some of videos of animations of final project 2016 of architecture, Universitas Trisakti.
Halo, halo. Apakah suara saya bisa didengar?
Yes, we can hear you.
Bisa, Pak.
Oke.
Bisa, Pak.
Ya, good.
Welcome
Kasih.
speech from Rector of Universitas Trisakti to Professor Dr. Ali Gufron Mukti, MSc, PhD. Time is yours.
Oh. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam sehat, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. The honorable and invited speakers, Ms. Ulrich Helbig from Wien, Austria, Ms. Eti Patmo Diputro from Urban Idea Lab, USA, Prof. Arif Bestiawan from Kansas State University, USA, Prof. Sung Hong Kim from Seoul University, South Korea, Mr. Iwan Priyanto from Green Building Council Asia, Prof. Agus Budi Purnomo from Universitas Trisakti, Indonesia, honorable guests, the Chair of Universitas Trisakti Senate, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of Universitas Trisakti, Vice Rectors of Universitas Trisakti, the Dean of Faculty in the Universitas Trisakti, especially Pak Hadi, Director of Research Institute, Universitas Trisakti, Director of Community Service Institute of Universitas Trisakti, all the chairmen of the program and participants of the third international seminars on livable space. Distinguished guests and participants, sustainable has been introduced ever since 1972. However, professionals outside the environmental sector need quite a long period of time to accept the concept and method of sustainable development. The core principle of sustainable development falls under the internalized impact of every social action toward the environment. This entails that every social and economic activity requires to avoid and consider its impact to environmental conditions. By doing so, the environment can continue to carry out in the years to come. In 2015, world leaders have formally endorsed the Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals as a global movement. Actually, before that, the United Nations already appointed 3 leaders, one from UK, and one from India, and one from Liberia, to work together to draft it. What the agenda after MDG? So they agreed that the Sustainable Development Goals, and that time it was drafted into 12 goals. Then finally it was discussed and revised by United Nations to be 17 goals in Sustainable Development Goals. And now we are committed to that. And throughout the period, people from all over the countries have started to recognize the importance of implementing sustainable development concept. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is a new development agreement that encourages changes to focusing more on human rights and equality to promote social, economic, and environmental development. Sustainable development goals are imposed in conjunction with universal, integrated, and inclusive principles to ensure that there will be no one is abandoned. Dear participants and honorable guests, higher education has a strategic role in promoting and succeeding the application of the SDGs principles, targets, and indicators. It is expected that the active role of the universities, like including University of Trisakti, can become a catalyst in engaging other non-governmental actors to implement the SDGs in Indonesia. And we know that co-chairs and co-hosts of these seminars, there are many universities. I'm sure that's already mentioned by the committee. Hence, the synergy will shape among the central and regional government and all non-governmental elements that can accelerate and facilitate the achievement of SDGs in Indonesia. The contribution of universities in achieving SDGs, including providing knowledge, innovation, and solution for development goals, creating current and future SDGs facilitator, demonstrating how to adapt and implement SDGs in terms of governance, operationalization, and culture, as well as developing leadership, cooperation among sectors as response to SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, Universitas Trisakti actually trying, and we have developed some kind of a policy as well as indicators and what we call it some kind of indicators and questionnaires whether faculty implement of the SDGs or not. And of course, we are now also on the time, we are participating in the same on the universities. Ladies and gentlemen, the mainstreaming of SDGs universities can be ratified through the dharma of higher education of teaching, learning, research, and community service. The university plays a significant role in the achievement of SDGs, which can also be the center of excellence in the scientific field in line with its core competence. The SDGs mainstream in the teaching learning process become partners with central and regional governments and other stakeholders in monitoring and evaluating the implementation of SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, the third international seminar on livable space with the theme promoting inclusive, safe, resilience, and sustainable human settlement in the disruptive era is organized by the Department of Architecture, Faculty of Civil Engineering and Planning, Universitas Trisakti, exemplifies the participation of academic and expert community in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Through these virtual seminars, it is expected that academic and expert community may broaden and enhance the developments, which eventually can provide significant input to the policymakers in Indonesia as well as maybe in other countries. Finally, have a wonderful time in participating and ideas in this virtual international seminar on livable space with its of supporting activities. And of course, they're sharing knowledge, experience, ideas is really wonderful. And we hope again that the participants can really have fruitful discussion and new knowledge and awareness of this important livable space, especially in relation to Sustainable Development Goals. Hopefully, that we are doing today will benefit Indonesian progress in implementing sustainable development. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I, Rector, officially declare that the third international seminars of life space formally. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Professor Dr. Ali Gufar Mufti, MSc, PhD for this speech. With that being said, the third International on Livable Space 2020 is officially opened. Before moving to the main agenda, now let's take a picture to capture this special occasion. The participants and invitees, please turn on your camera. Please turn on your camera. Thank you. Start from the first slide. Udah, Bu. Yes. Thank you for. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please open your videos to take a picture. So, pardon, turn on your videos to take a picture with us. Start from the first slide. 1, 2, 3. Now, the second slide. 1, 2, 3. Now, the third slide. 1, 2, 3. Now, the fourth slide. 1, 2, 3. Now for the fourth slide. 1, 2, 3. Now the fifth slide. 1, 2, 3. Now, and the sixth slide. 1, 2, 3. Now the last slide. 1, 2, 3. This is the end of the photo session. Thank you. This is the plenary session. Plenary sessions will be led by Dr. Insinyur IGD Oka Sindu Pribadi, MSc, MM from Universitas Trisakti. It is my pleasure to read out curriculum vitae of Mr. Oka. Dr. Insinyur IGD Oka Sindu Pribadi, MSc, MM, IAI, AA, GP, IAP, is a lecturer in Architecture Department of Universitas Trisakti, an urban planner and architect at PT Gemadeka Ervolga. He studied architecture at ITS Surabaya in 1990 and management at IPM Graduate School of Management in 1992. And he received master degree in Natural Resource Management and Infrastructure Planning, Universitas Stuttgart, Germany in 1999. And doctor in Architecture and Urban Planning, Universitas Stuttgart, Germany in 2001. To Dr. Insinyur IGD Oka Sindu Pribadi, MSc, MM, the time is yours.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this international webinar entitled Promoting Inclusive, Safe, Resilient, and Sustainable Human Settlement in Disruptive Era. First of all, I would like to thank to all participants and audience for joining this webinar. There are already more than 150 participants in this room. It's a great pleasure that you all can join this webinar. My name is Oka, and I will be serving as moderator in this plenary session today. We have in this session six presenters coming from 4 countries, USA, South Korea, Austria, and Indonesia as well. And I see they have been joining this room already. Before starting, allow me to say hello to them. Professor Agus Budi Purnomo from Trisakti University. You already here? Hello, Pak Agus? Not yet? Okay, and the second presenter, Pak Arif, Mr. Arif B. Setiawan from Kennesaw State University, USA. Hi, Pak Arif.
Good morning. Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, good morning, Pak Arif. It's great to meet you. You're speaking from Georgia, right?
Yes, from Georgia. Yep.
Okay, correct. I hope the connection is clear.
Yep, it's very loud and clear.
Okay, and the third, Miss Eti Patmodi Putro from Urban Idea Lab, Boston University, USA. May I call Bu Eti? Yeah. Halo Bu
Hai,
Eti.
apa kabar Pak? Saya
Apa kabar? Are you in USA ya?
Tapi saya dulu dari Jogja.
Okay. What time is it there?
This is now
10 p.m.
10:27.
Yes, okay.
So it's quite late.
To yesterday, yeah. Okay, then next, Dr. Ulrike Herbig from TU Wien, Vienna, Austria. Hallo Ulrike, wie geht's dir?
Ja, hallo, selamat pagi. Ja, geht
Selamat
gut.
pagi.
Dankeschön.
Ja. Es ist schön, wieder zu sehen, gell?
Ja, stimmt. Sehr schön. Hier ist es doch sehr
Before,
zeitig.
jetzt bei dir. What time is it there?
It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, in the morning. Yes, du hast schon ausgewacht, ja? Aufgewacht.
Ja, ja.
Ja, ja. Okay,
Ziemlich.
then. The next speaker is Mr. Iwan Prianto from Green Building Council Indonesia. Selamat pagi, Pak Iwan.
Selamat pagi
Ya,
Pak.
Pak Iwan.
Yeah.
It's great meeting you again.
Yeah, oh, this is a great opportunity for me as well. Yeah, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
okay. Are you in Jakarta, Pak Iwan?
Yes, in Jakarta.
Okay.
Of course, in Jakarta
All right.
cannot go
Okay.
anywhere.
Good. Last but not least is Professor Sung Hong Kim from University of Seoul, South Korea. But unfortunately, in the same time, Professor Kim has another important appointment, so he cannot join us right away. Nevertheless, he sent us the presentation video, which as we can see later on. Well, the session is divided into 2 sections. We will be hearing the presentation of all speakers first for circa 2 hours. Then we proceed to a discussion session for around 1 hour. Each speaker has only maximum 20 minutes to present the material. And I will remind the time, of course. Hopefully, we could follow the schedule in order we can have enough time for discussion. During the presentation, the audience can also write the question and in chat column, of course. Then the sport team behind will select and choose the question to answer. And of course, please mention your name and to whom you address the question, please. I hope it is understandable. And now, I would like to invite the first presenter. Pak Agus sudah datang. Are you already here, Pak Agus? Sudah? Pak Agus, hello? Great. You are here. Yes. Yeah, Pak Agus, Professor Agus Budi Purnomo will be presenting his research, the hidden dimension of the new normal. Oh, wow, what's hidden? We all are curious to know it, yeah? Professor Agus is lecturer in Architecture Department, Trisakti University since 1984. He finished bachelor degree in Architecture Department ITB, and he received MSc and PhD degree from Niigata University, Japan in 1992. So, Pak Agus, the stage is yours.
Okay. Ya, Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Can you hear me?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes,
Okay.
Pak. We are
Okay.
hearing you.
Let me begin my presentation with the introductions. In 1966, yes, the first slide, next slide. Sorry. Edward Hall published a book titled The Hidden Dimensions. In the book, Hall describes the existence of many dimensions, which is called the hidden dimensions. It is a dimension that plays within human psychology. With the development and the increasing use of the internet, and now coupled with the COVID-19 pandemic, people tend to communicate and interact via cyberspace. COVID-19 pandemic has changed space and how people use space. Could this trend of communication and interaction among peoples be considered as an impetus for the emergence of a new hidden dimensions that is different from the one described by Hall in 1966? For instance, if we talk about human distance, in his book, The Hidden Dimensions, Hall described there are 4 types of human dimensions, which range from the intimate to the public distance. With the trends of working from home and also the use of cyberspace, I will discuss how the trends may change the notion of distance. What is human distance in this era of a new normal? Will the human distance described by Hall be modified by the notion of social distancing of the COVID-19? In public space, the social distance will become the new hidden dimensions. So, for example, in parks, next slide, in parks and mosques, for instance, in church congregations, the distance between shaf, for instance, in a mosque is totally different from the liturgy of Islamic liturgy, which is quite narrow. The sitting in a church congregation also being distanced according with social distancing and etc. Territory is also one other dimensions, hidden dimensions that are mentioned in Hall's books. Territory is a part of space where people claim to be his own. If it is necessary, he will defend the space. Personal space is the smallest type of territory. In the new normal, will the existing threat of COVID-19, people may aggressively defend his territory. Social distancing as the new hidden dimension still contradict the still prevailing dimensions of personal space and sometimes may cause conflicts among people. And other thing is that architectural standard will also change. For instance, at school, the distance between students' desks must be also planned for following the social distancing. In other words, design standard, which in the past were usually based on function and ergonomics, in the future must be reconsidered as to be in accord with the distance that is needed to minimize the possibility of transmission of contagious disease like COVID-19. In housing development, portal were made so people can get tests for the temperature for the sign of COVID-19 infections. These portals remind us of the comeback of the gated community concept of the 1990s. The difference is while the portal in the 90s are to protect the inhabitants from riot and crimes, the portal of the new normal are to protect them from COVID-19. Public functions such as shopping center has also transformed their main gate as such to be checkpoint for screen visitor for any sign of COVID-19. The pandemic might also change the space where people communicate and interact. Intimate or private space compared to public space will be more preferred by people. Public or social space will lose some of its significance to human being. It goes counter to the underlying meaning of urbanism as a gathering place for people. The city center will lose some of its significance, and reverse migration will take the place of present urbanizations. As reverse migration takes place, people will ask, with the current housing condition, are we willing to live in a prolonged period in our house in case of lockdown? To answer that question, architects should begin to rethink their current house design concept. For instance, the current design concept of minimalist home, which might have to change for more complex design concept that can fulfill more complex human needs. The notion of complexity and contradictions of Venturi in 1961 seems to be ready to make a comeback. As people tend to move from public to more private space, certain type of distance as hidden dimension might emerge in cyberspace. What is distance in cyberspace? Is it a number of links that information must get through to travel from one person to another? As people are trapped in their house due to lockdown, due to pandemic, cyberspace can give them some kind of freedom. Therefore, architecture should be able to give them the freedom in cyberspace in exchange for the current physical space that had been taken out by the COVID-19 pandemic. For that purpose, architecture can take advantage of development of virtual reality, for instance, to give people sense of space and meaning of place. I think the possibility of developing a virtual space or visual architecture, the new hidden dimension of virtual distance, will give the new normal era one of its most important characteristics. COVID-19 pandemic also increased the use of virtual reality technology for various purposes, such as marketing, simulation, communication, training, and entertainment. It turns out that virtual immersion, distance simulations show that the intrusion of simulated personal space influence their psychological sensor. There seems to be a certain type of personal space in virtual reality that correlate with the personal space of hall. However, since the study used a distant category of hall, the strength of the influence of distance to people in space is still weak compared to similar sensation in physical space. In other words, there might be some other dimensions, the distance as a dimensions in virtual reality that we have to study and to apply to our to architecture and urban design. Simulation of physical space seems to inherit the hidden dimension of hall. However, the correlation between the hidden dimension of physical space and same dimension in virtual reality has still much to be studied before it can have a clear and detailed understanding as the hidden dimension of virtual reality. As a conclusion, COVID-19 had brought humanity to a new era called the new normal, the disease that had changed many aspects of our lives and had introduced a new dimensions based on social distancing. In the new normal, we need to find a new solution, or revive old ones that had been used along this time to help humans adhere to the new hidden dimensions. Another significant change in the new normal is the trend of working from home the trend made people dependent more and more on cyberspace. With working from home, new hidden dimension of cyberspace emerge. What are the new dimensions of cyberspace? How will those new hidden dimensions transform human being? The new normal has its own new, I think, will have its own new hidden dimensions. Finally, I can say that my presentation may have raised more questions than give answers to the problem of this new normal. Let us think together how those change will also change architecture and urban design. I hope whatever the change are, it is for the best. Inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Yes, that was the presentation by Professor Agus. Thanks, Pak Agus, for the nice presentation material. And the next speaker is Mr. Arif B. Setiawan, who will present the Thin Green Line, Atlanta, from SMLXL to the Beltline. That's a nice title. Arif is lecturer in Kennesaw State University, which is located in Georgia, USA. He studied architecture at UGM and received his master in city planning from University of Cincinnati, USA in 2001, and his PhD from Georgia University or Georgia Institute of Technology, USA in 2010. Until now, he is active as lecturer, not only at Kennesaw State University, but also at Georgia Institute of Technology. He is also very productive in writing. Until now, already more than 70 papers he wrote. Wow, great, Pak Arif. Please, Pak Arif, the stage is yours.
All right, so thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizing committee. It's a great honor for me to participate in this event, right? And I would like to thank Professor Oka for the nice introductions. Right? So I'm going to share my screen now. So please let me know if there's something that doesn't work properly. I cannot share my screen. Who's disabled attendee screen sharing? Is it possible that I share my screen, or if somebody could project my?
It's possible, but not yet.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You may share your screen now.
All right. Thank you.
Please. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah. Of course. Right. So the titles I'm borrowing from a couple sources. Right. So from Terence Malick's picture and from Rem Koolhaas's book. Right. So I'm going to use this opportunity as a way for me to like a kind of ruminations of the state of urbanism, of sustainable life, and more importantly, right, modern in architecture. Right, since my background is in history, theory, and criticism of architecture. Right, so I would like to approach this from the perspective of history and theory of architecture. So. Okay. So I would like to start with this, like a quote, right, from Rem Koolhaas back in mid 90s. Right? So he said, like, leave Paris and Amsterdam, look at Atlanta quickly and without preconceptions. Right? So he invited us, right, to see a different model for urbanism, right, in the end. Back then, at the end of the 20th century, and now we are at the beginning of the 20th century. Right? So, and then he continued that further in one of the chapters in his book, SMLXL, right? There's a chapter which he titled Atlanta, right? So he made a couple of arguments, right? So his fascinations with Atlanta, right? Atlanta has CNN and Coca-Cola, right? Atlanta has had culture, right? The biggest airport in the world, right? Had history, right? But more importantly here, right? So I would like to point out on his interest in the intensity that Atlanta has, right? So and also, right? So his argument that Atlanta, right, would be the model for what he called the generic city, right? So the real city at the end of the 20th century, right? So, and what's fascinating here is like what he said that Atlanta is not a city. Atlanta is a landscape, right? So what prompted him, right, to see Atlanta in that way. Right? So if we follow the trajectory of Koolhaas's thinking, right? So in Delirious New York, he argued that the essence of modernity is the intensifications of program, right? So the cross-programming, like the hybridizations of program, the intermeshing of programs, so that allows for the true modern life to flourish, right? So of course, in the case of New York City, that's within the very limited very limited footage, right? But if we project that out, right? So
excuse me, Pak Arif. Hello.
Yes. Yeah.
Could you please to enlarge your screen, please? Yeah,
Sure.
full screen. So little bit bigger
Okay.
then.
Okay. Hold on. All right. Okay. Is it good now?
Not yet. Yes, yet.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, see, Koolhaas's argument about the essence of modern life, the intensification of program, right? So, but if we project that out, right? So, that's the intensification of programs would allow for the freeing up of surfaces, right? So then these surfaces could be dedicated back to nature, right? So here, right? That's why he always refers back to urbanism of Le Corbusier and like Ludwig Hilberseimer and all, and when he work on his urban project, right? And that's what actually Atlanta is. Right? Atlanta is like, you know, multi-nuclear city. There are many. There's no center for Atlanta, but there are many centers of Atlanta, many islands. Right? Yes, maybe in Jakarta that's not new, right? So in cities like Jakarta, we have multiple nuclei like that, right? But in Jakarta, right, so multiple nuclei like that would exist among a sea of slums, right? But in Atlanta, right, so we have this multiple nuclei that's scattered, right, on a green carpets like this, and that's actually one of the slogan of Atlanta, right? Out of this greenery arose a city, right? So yeah, that's why Koolhaas was so lyrical about Atlanta. But if we really look at Atlanta within the context of urbanism, right, at the end of the 20th century, right? So, hold on. Okay. Now, Daniel Bell, right? So divided up the economic progress from agrarian society to industrial society to post-industrial society, right? So the economic base of each, right? So industrial society would be based on manufacturing economy, while post-industrial society would be based on services, right? And then the urban form that is specific to each, right? So city would be the urban form of industrial era, right? While in post-industrial era, right? So what we have is a sprawl, right? So of course, I'm talking here about the context of American urbanism, right? So that's what we have, right, in America since late 50s, right? The disappearance of cities and the emergence of urban form. Of course, we all know the cost of sprawling cities, right? Again, the car-oriented cultures, right? So that say in terms of social life, right? So the breaking down of social cohesion, right? The isolations, right? In terms of health, right? Obesity, anxieties, right? Psychological and physical health, right? In terms of the environment, right? The high carbon emission and so on and so forth, right? And that's actually what Atlanta is, right? So beneath, right, the image of green carpets of Atlanta, right? The landscape of Atlanta, right? So this is what we have, right? For years, we are one of the worst sprawling city in the US, right? So we spend hours driving cars. Of course, not as bad as cities in Asia, right? But of course, right? So here's something that we live with in Atlanta. Of course, we're not talking about New York City. New York City is something completely different, right? So that's anomaly in America. Right? So here, right? Atlanta is like one of the perfect example of American urbanism, and that's what we experienced for years. Right? Okay. And then, right, in the 2000s, right, came along the Atlanta Beltline project. Right? So Atlanta Beltline is actually a project that physically started in 2005 and is still going on. It's projected to be completed in 2030. This is basically a loop that encircles the in-town Atlanta, a 33 miles long trail plus light rail track. Okay, that would encircle, right, the downtown historic center of Atlanta, right, the historic Atlanta, and 45 historic neighborhoods inside Atlanta. And the projection was that this loop around the city, right, would also create new about 1,300 acres new park space. It would spur the development of about 40,000 new residential areas. It would create about 40,000 new jobs for the city of Atlanta. Right? Okay. And then, of course, this is in terms of urbanism. This is a project that was based on transit-oriented development. Right? So the long term, right? So the intent was to turn around, right? So Atlanta from a car-oriented city to more like a transit-oriented city. Okay. Here, right? So the bird eye view, and then the map. Right? The dotted line was the projected trail, right? And the solid lines are the current part of the Beltline that's already completed. Right? Okay, so the project itself, right? It was started as a master thesis project in Georgia Tech by Ryan Gravel back in 1999. Right? So he envisions a new infrastructures that would facilitate and the environment, infrastructure for equity, infrastructure for civic identity, infrastructure for environment and community development. Right? Okay, and it's for a couple of years that that was sitting as a thesis book in Georgia Tech, but then by 2005, right, he managed to persuade some political leaders in Atlanta, right, so to pick up the project. And now, right, no politician in Atlanta, right, would leave behind this project if they want to stay in office or get elected. So the original intent of the Beltline is to use the abandoned railroad track that encircled the city. Right? So you can see here in the picture of back then, right? The Atlanta Beltline back then, and the maps of the railroad track that used to encircle the city. Right? So railroad services stopped back in 1950s, and that's what we had back then, right? Up until the early 2000s. Right? So empty lands encircle the city with all the abandoned warehouses and industrial buildings. Right? And this is the architects. Okay? After the project got picked up by the city, these are the projections for the future of the Atlanta Beltline, right? Trails. And like rail tracks. Right? Okay, here are some of the technical documentations of the project that is still going on right now. And here, right, part of the Atlanta Beltline that's already built. Right? So of course, this is similar to linear parks everywhere that now is becoming a trend in the world. Like, of course, it doesn't have the glitz like the High Line in Manhattan, right? But actually, Atlanta Beltline is a project that is much more comprehensive than the High Line in New York City. So it's already, and the good news about the Atlanta Beltline, it really does work. Right? It started, right, to restructure, right, the urban form of Atlanta. It start to restructure the urban life in Atlanta. People move back to the city, right? Economy start to grow inside the city, right? Businesses, right? Offices, services, okay, sprung up along the corridor, right? And people move in. Start to change our culture, right? So from car-oriented cultures to more like cultures, urban cultures based on walking inside the city, right? So people start to leave out their cars at home and so on and so forth, right? Okay. This is like an upcycling of the ruins of industrial Atlanta, right? Repurposed to fit to repurposed to for the post-industrial world of Atlanta, right? So here, one of the largest warehouse in the U.S. now, and the ground floor is a huge shopping mall, and the upper floors is a rental units for residential units, right? Yeah. Okay. And just and during this difficult time, of course, right? So since spring, so we had this pandemic, right? So the Beltline, right, became like the only public space that is still accessible in Atlanta after everything else is closed. So much so that that the Beltline became so crowded that the mayor actually ordered the Beltline to be closed back in April, right? So because too many people use the Beltline, right? And then of course since summer we had this Black Lives Matters, right? And the Beltline also served a purpose as a space for political expressions, right? Both real political march, right? People march on the Beltline, and then all this urban art, right? That express the support for the Black Lives Movement. Okay, if we reflect that back, like within the frame of, say, history theory of architecture, right? The avant-garde of the 60s, right? Like Rainer Banham, Archigram, right? Yona Friedman, and so on and so forth, right? So they urge us to reconsider our relationship with technology. If the avant-garde of the 20s used technology, right, more as like a formal principles and allegorical symbols, right? Now, right, for the avant-garde of the 60s, right, they urge us to return to the machine, the technology, based more on the working of the machine as the generative principle of spatial organization or spatial design. Right? Now, right, 50 years later, of course, right, okay, our technology, right, is not so much hard technology, right, so hard machine, right, but more of like intermeshing of invisible and visible infrastructure. Right? So here, right, so the technologies serve as the infrastructures that would organize our space. Right? So here, right, like William Mitchell argue about the Hertzian landscape of hotspot and dead spot. Right? Stan Allen argue that now our urban form is actually guided by this meshing of multitude of layers of infrastructure of cities, right? In his theory of field conditions. Right? Now, okay, if I look at the Beltline, it's actually that, right? It's an infrastructure, a diagram for sustainable life, right? That reorganize our urban culture, our urban form of Atlanta. But that's actually, right, so the point of looking at this infrastructure as the backbone, right? So because, right, infrastructure is a technology, and technology is always neutral. Technology is always value free. And that's the other side of the Beltline. Right? So the question is, right? So what Beltline does to Atlanta? Right? So it's actually promoting a new way of life. Right? It's a new lifestyle. Right? A new lifestyle in urban America. Right? Lifestyle that's based on this idea of sustainable life. Right? Healthy, sustainable urban life. Right? And just like everything else in the US now, right? If we brand that as something that's environmentally friendly, sustainable, then that product would have a better market value, and that's what Beltline is, right? And that's the question is like, who pay the price? What's the cost, right? Who buy into this product, right? Now, right, if you really look at the Beltline, right? So yeah, it's now people who, yeah, of course, like myself included, right? So people who actually live in this area, right? Live and work in this area, like young urban professionals, right? It's actually a means, right, for the conquest of new urban frontiers. And in the context of Atlanta, urban frontiers means the neighbors of the low-income minorities, right? 10 years ago, right? And nobody would dare to venture into the Beltline, but right now, right? So me, I would go out there, right, and walk back in the middle of the night, walking by myself, right, without any worry, right? And that's what it is, right? So the taming of this, the urban frontiers of Atlanta, right? So in other words, gentrifications, right? So Atlanta Beltline, right, drives the property value up, right? It's so high, right, that that outprice, right, original residents. They have to move out, right? So, and then the premise of the transit-oriented development, right? Yes, of course, people walk to work there, right? But so far, right, it's only serve white collar job, right? Still, right, the blue collar job still not served by the Beltline. And of course, Atlanta, right? So of course, is the capital of New South, right? There's a lot of racial tension in the city, right? And still not solved, right? Here, right? So new people move in, right? And drives existing resident out, and those people who are driven out, those the minorities, and of course, right? the have-nots of Atlanta. Right? Okay. And that's the dilemma of the Atlanta Beltline. Right? Of course, like one of the legal device of Atlanta Beltline was the stipulations for affordable housing, right? But of course, like if investors and developers could make tons of money from the high-end residential, right? Where would they bother to build affordable housing there, right? They will look for legal loopholes to circle that out. Right? Okay. Now, and this is it. Right? So, and for me, right? So this is when if I look this from the perspective of modernity, right? So modernity is always about the expansion of space. Right? Okay, and the next problem, right? If we expand the space out, right, is how we manage, how we impose order in that space, right? So we have gone through, right, in the history of modern architecture, right? So from the formal device to organize space to order space, the spatial device, and now, right, so with concern with sustainability, right? The performative dimension of architecture, right, serve as the ordering device of this spatial extension. That's kind of my ruminations of the Atlanta Beltline. Now I would like to close this my talk here. Right? So by something that I pick up from Peter Eisenman's lecture back in Atlanta in 2014. Right? So he said there, right? In that lecture that for Eisenman, right, the primary questions of architecture is always about inquiry of space, and then for Eisenman, right, sustainability is the technical dimension of architecture. Right? So I would take that as a warning for us. Right? So if we look back at the trajectory of modern architecture, right? So in the eagerness to achieve utopia, right? So that caused the downfall of the avant-garde of the 20s. Right? So in their eagerness to achieve utopia, right, they turn architecture into operational. Right? So in the words of Manfredo Tafuri, right, so is the ideology of the plan. Right? And for us, that's a kind of warning for us. Right? So for us to always say, like with the case of the Beltline, right? So of course, we no longer look for the utopia, but we still believe in, like, in the capacity of design to change life. But here, right? So we like to be aware, right, so, of the limits of our approaches, right, and ultimately the limits of our discipline, right? So, and the awareness of this, right, the possibility of turning something into simply, right, in Manfredo Tafuri's terms, like the possibility of turning just simply into a projective or operative history. Okay. All right, so that would conclude my presentations. Right? So I would stop sharing my screen. Right. And thank you so much for the attention.
All right, we appreciate you that you can finish on time. Thanks, Pak Arif, for the interesting presentation. Yes, and now we are going to hear the next presenter, Ms. Eti Patmodi Putro, who will be presenting reimagining infrastructure. Oh, she invites us to imagine the American infrastructure, right?
That's correct. So
let me read your CV first. Yes, Eti is founder Urban Idea Laboratory, which is located in Boston, USA. She is focusing on architecture, urban design, planning, sustainability, community engagement, and public arts. She is also a member of AIA, American Institute of Architects. She received a bachelor degree in 2 fields, namely architecture in 1982 and environmental design in 1979 from University of Minnesota, USA. And she also studied in advanced environmental studies in Harvard University in 2006. So, Bu Eti, the time is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to try to see if I can do my share screen.
Okay, sure.
Okay, let me see. Okay, I should have practiced this before. Hold on. Is it working?
Yes, working now.
Perfect. Hold on. Okay. So yes, I would love to be talking about how we might reimagine infrastructure. Good morning. Good night for me, but good morning, everybody. And thank you so much for having me here. The whole event has been like really, really interesting, and I'm learning a lot. So that's a big thumbs up. I just want to also just talk about this because according to the United Nations on the New Urbanism Report, by 2050, which is only about 30 years from now, the world's urban population is going to be doubled. This is going to be extremely transformative. So resiliency, sustainability has to be the center of everything that we do. One aspect that we should not overlook is how do we think about population growth. And this way, we need to figure out how to incorporate public realm into all our projects, especially infrastructure projects. And the reason is because infrastructure project is usually the one that is most highly funded. They are where the money is at. So to think of infrastructure projects simply just transportation or sewer or anything that is just a single use, we are missing a very, very big opportunity. Especially now with the pandemic around us, we need to reimagine how we think about things because the whole paradigm is really shifting. Let me see. I need to do next. Oh my God, this is going too slow. So I want to start with the Central Artery Project, which is in Boston. This was done in the 60s. And so in the 60s, infrastructure highway with the Eisenhower Highway Act in 1956, This is considered the future. This is where everybody wants to have in every city, in all their city. And they think of this as where you have flyover while the cities are like extremely vital and full of people, and the traffic is going all on top. Sort of, I don't know, just the Jetson, I guess. I'm not sure if you, yeah. Anyway, that's unfortunately a cultural reference. So, but the reality is this. Projects like these were everywhere in the United States. They have flyover just crashing through the cities, marginalizing neighborhoods, creating areas that are abandoned. And literally, the use of this project were very short-lived because most people used it immediately. So it was over capacity, I believe, I heard, was almost immediately. And also, this was, this, look at that. This really also feed into a lot of the urban flights because neighborhood becomes a complete blight. And you can see here on the left how these projects, because they were not thinking about the environment around them, they basically cut through a lot of historic, very vital neighborhood, and also separating really nice neighborhood from each other. Most people simply left, and cities throughout the United States were completely in blight, completely, most buildings were demolished. These are just a conglomeration of what we see throughout the United States. So the reality was another story than what they thought they were going to have. This project never did work, even from the beginning. This project immediately became unusable, and it drew too many cars almost immediately. And the more cars that are able to go into the cities, the more people move away from the city, because studies have shown that people were thinking about cars in terms of time. So most people think of a good close destination is 20 minutes. So if you are walking for 20 minutes or you're driving for 20 minutes, it's not the distance, but more it's about the time. So when we're talking about TOD projects, we're thinking about it, how we can take the public transportation in 20 minutes or 30 minutes, how we can take walking in either 30 minutes or 20 minutes. But it's the same thing. If we have a highway, people then move away about 30 minutes. So then immediately you create all these traffic jam going in because people are moving to the distance of the time. So this is the conundrum that we have when we're starting to think about developing neighborhoods and developing public infrastructure, public transportation, is what is that sweet spot? And so this is why we have to rethink about when we develop or design highways. Now, in the 70s, actually this project took about maybe 20 or 30 years. So almost immediately after this project, after the previous project were closed, were done, people start thinking about how do we take it down? Because it became immediate that it was not working out. And actually, when I was working on this project, I was working on this project for about 15 years. And I knew one of the engineers who was there out of school developing the first highway, and then was there at the end of his profession trying to take down the highway that he built when he was young. So that was really interesting. But we were really lucky. This is called the Big Dig, which is the Central Artery Tunnel. And it was the largest and the most expensive, I think it was around $15 billion at the time, the most expensive highway project in the country. And in this project, we actually were able to learn a lot of new innovative ideas. Again, as I said, infrastructure project is a very, very high budget project. So it's like in the beginning of computer age where a computer is like the size of a room. And now we have the computer the size of your palm. That's what this was. So a lot of the things that we tested in here were like at the infancy. Right now, a lot of even the one in Atlanta, I do know several people who finished this project and went to Atlanta to work on that project. And I move on and work on more infrastructure projects. So basically, this was kind of our university. And this is something that we have to start thinking about when we're looking at the future, because the futuristic city was not this highway that just crashing down the cities. Rather, it has to be something that is more done holistically and something that a lot more people can benefit from, and something that would enliven, would revitalize cities, environment, rather than creating this abandonment and demolition. So we do want to make sure that now we have to create a new legacy. The legacy of the 20th century was creating a lot of these building every highway project everywhere, and not just in Boston, everywhere else now in America, we're starting to take down a lot of these projects and trying to remedy the impact that was done from the original project. So this is what we have now. Is the city, Boston is really booming, and a lot of people definitely credits the fact that we are now knitting the neighborhood as one of the impetus that start to have to have people come back to the city. It was a walkable city in only parts of it. Now almost the entire city are starting to become walkable again. And I think we can learn from these projects. I mean, not everybody have the amount of money to undo the mistake that we did. However, like in Indonesia is just starting out to build a lot of these infrastructure projects. So wouldn't it be amazing if we just leapfrog all the mistakes that we did in America and start to rethink about how do we really want to have the infrastructure? So you do not have to go through a lot of the things that we do wrong. And I think that this is like one of the role that universities should like think and figure out and start thinking about it more like experiment, and something that we have to all explore. Okay. And so now it's really vital. Of course, this is pre-pandemic. Now we have to social distance. So we have to actually create more spaces like this rather than less. Because when you go back to what I said before, the population growth is going to double. This means the density of cities are going to increase tremendously. So then units, housing, are going to get even smaller and smaller. So the only way people can live, have a really good quality of life, is if they can connect to outside. They have a relief valve that they have to be outside. And so creating public spaces, creating more activities, creating places where people can gather safely would be critical in trying to figure out how we want to think about our future city. So I'm not going to go long on this part, but Boston in many ways are similar to a lot of the cities in Indonesia, especially the coastal city. We have to think about climate readiness because we are right in the ocean, and there's like a lot of, right now even, there's a lot more extreme weather condition, and a lot of the areas are flooded. And many areas are even flooded without a big storm, just because everything now is over capacity. So the city, I guess Boston is one of the forefront in terms of figuring out an overall climate readiness for the entire city. And we developed like 10 points, or I guess 5 points that we have to do for any project that we developed. So we try to create a holistic solution to any new project, and everything is being reviewed. Like nothing can have an adverse impact to the condition that we have now, if we can actually be part of the solution for our future condition in terms of adaptation to climate change. Yeah, so I want to just go through quickly a project that right now I'm leading in Boston. And this is one of the biggest, or maybe not the biggest, but it's definitely the most visible project that we have in the city right now. And this is about the historic Northern Avenue Bridge. And so if you can see on the, I don't know, can you see my cursor? Oh, shoot. Oh,
Yes,
no. Hold on, sorry. I didn't. So I guess if you point, can you see my cursor? So this in the cursor here, this park, that is the Central Artery project. And then on this side, which is the South Seaport in South Boston, this is the area that was completely abandoned. But after we have the Central Artery project, buildings start to really boom. It start to become developed both with, and it's a really nice mixed use because it has a lot of residential, but also a lot of the jobs is also here. But so we need to have better connection between the area that was developed in South Boston with the downtown area. So one of the projects that we are doing right now is this historic bridge that everybody loved. There is an iconic bridge in Boston. It's called the Northern Avenue Bridge. Okay. So as you can see here, the Northern Avenue Bridge is at the center right there where there is the 4-point channel. It has beautiful view towards the harbor. And this is the area, was taken a few years back. Right now, this whole area in South Boston are like quite fully built. And if you can see here, these are all the ramps that was connecting to the central artery, and the central artery were basically taken down and was put underground, and the whole top is now a park system. So we want to make sure that this whole area now that is full and very vital and very expensive is going to be able to also connect to the central financial district and the downtown area. So this become one of the main projects that we are doing. So this is what it looks like. It's a movable bridge, and it was done in the early 1900s, and it was a multi-use, actually a multi-use bridge. It had carts and train in the middle, and it was used, a lot of it, for people, transportation, and cargo. Okay. Unfortunately, this bridge was completely destroyed because, as you can see here, this is not even a big storm, yet it, because of the sea surge, it started to eat up all the underside of the bridge. And as you can see on the pictures on the right, the whole thing becomes a lot of holes. It's almost like a lace now. So structurally, it's no longer viable, which is really, really a sad thing, because it was a beautiful, is the bridge of its kind. It was, when it was built, it was at the cutting edge of the technology. But unfortunately, we had to take it down.
Another 3 minutes, please.
Oh no, oh no. Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. So this is what we have. And instead of, in the old days, we have this project just would be just for cars, but now we don't have it just for cars, but we have it for people, for bicycle, for cars as well. Okay, I'm going to do it so fast. And so this is what we're going to have hopefully in about 3 years. And this is, I hope, is a manifestation of what we have if you think of a project differently, more innovatively. So just very quickly, this is showing again how much a highway, if it's done just with a single use, how much it can destroy a city, and how much we can reconnect and create new spaces that is not just for cars, but also for residents and workers and everybody else. Okay, so I do believe that people have to have access to open space as a right. People have to be able to find a place, no matter how rich or how poor, how small or how big their houses are. This has to be something that we think for in the future, because creating a good way of life is very important. And I do believe that as academics and universities, we have to start teaching our students to think how to work collaboratively instead of working in silos. Because the way of the future, if we want to tackle all these crazy problems that are facing us, we have to start thinking innovatively, not just within their own expertise, but they have to try to harvest the expertise of everybody and start to work with it, not just among experts, but also with the users. Done. Thank you so much. We hope we have this for all of the cities. And that's it.
All right. Thank you, Bu Eti. That was a nice presentation. Yes, we proceed to the next presenter, Dr. Ulrike Herbig from TU Wien. Her paper's title is Integrated Approaches for the Conservation of Cultural Heritage. She's speaking from Vienna. Yes, once again, I hope the connection is clear. Ulrike is senior scientist in architecture and planning at Technische Universität Wien, Österreich, Vienna. She finished her diploma in geodesy at the TU Wien with focus on photogrammetry and remote sensing, and her PhD in photogrammetry and remote sensing at the TU Wien. Since 2009, she is project assistant at the TU Wien Institute of History of Art, Building Archaeology and Restoration. She used to be an assistant professor at the TU Wien Institute of History of Art. She did many researches in Southeast Asia, particularly in Indonesia since 2003. Okay, Ulrike, bist du bereit? Hallo? Hello, Ulrike? Are you ready?
Your microphone still muted.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry for that.
Are you ready? Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Selamat
Okay.
pagi.
Alright. Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to talk on this occasion about promoting inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable human settlement in disruptive area. As I think what is very important to consider the cultural heritage as one of the most important parts in working on this promotion of inclusiveness, safety, resilience, and sustainability, which is quite often forgotten. So I will show you some of the approaches that we are working at our university in collaboration with the International Council on Monuments and Sites, which is also located in Austria as a national committee at TU Wien. If you look at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, it's perhaps not often so clear how much they are interrelated with the conservation or cultural heritage itself. But if you look at, for example, these 6 of them, there is a lot that we have as a basic ground for this interrelation between sustainable development and cultural heritage conservation. In conserving cultural heritage, we teach future generation the appreciation of diversity, interdisciplinarity, and mobility, and ICT are something that we really need for working on the conservation of cultural heritage. In working on different ideas, methods, or new technology for the conservation of cultural heritage, and also in new, more sustainable tourism opportunities. We create new jobs and will also enhance the labor market. The Sustainable Development Goal number 11 on sustainable cities and communities definitely has as a part the learning from peers to create inclusive, safe, and resilient built environments. So here it is very obvious, but still there are also others where we are touching the cultural heritage part. Of course, in developing sustainable and responsible tourism, and also in the goal number 13 with low energy consumption, as traditional architecture, for example, was very low energy consuming with heating or cooling possibilities that are not so energy they don't need so much energy, and also just in constructing with local materials you won't use that much resources that modern buildings will need. And finally, the collaborative work on the conservation of cultural heritage is a or should be a common universal effort to save these common values. So this is kind of the basic idea of the whole endeavor that we are working on, and I will provide you some examples on our World Heritage Site Cultural Landscape Fährte Neusiedlersee. This is World Heritage Site inscribed in 2001 in the criterion 5, which states that it is an outstanding example of a traditional human settlement use and as an example for the human interaction with the environment. As you see, it's a very flat area, and the lake is a very important part of the whole landscape with still very vivid viticulture, which was the main income of the region. The outstanding universal value for the World Heritage Site of Fährte Neusiedlersee are the characteristic human-made elements of the cultural landscape include traditional, partly rural architecture and the compact settlements around the lake, the still preserved vernacular architecture and landscape around the lake, and the overall landscape and scale that is still kind of reflecting the development of the last 8 millennia. So far, so good. That are, in more detail, if you read them, the attributes that have been inscribed in 2001. But what do we have today is a number of threats on the World Heritage Site and its outstanding universal values. What are these threats? Of course, economic and settlement pressure. As you see here on top is the population growth around Vienna. So the very dark red is the region of the highest growth in Austria. So in the west part of Austria, you will find the capital, Vienna, which is in here. I don't know, I hope you can see my screen. So here is Vienna. Here we do have the lake, and as you can see, many people don't want to live in the city, but they are rather living in the outskirts, which leads to developments like these. So we have a very nice landscape, but then buildings that are not really in any kind related to what happened in architectural development until today. And so we will also have on the outskirts of the settlements some developments that are very disrupting what was the trend so far over the last centuries. Tourism, of course, puts a lot of pressure into for a cultural heritage site, as the need for accommodation and entertainment also leads to a number of architectural developments that is, of course, not fitting to what happened before. What also the state of Burgenland, where the World Heritage Site of Fährte Neusiedlersee is located, also has is a number of wind power plants. So it's an area where we have a lot of wind, and as it is very flat, these wind power plants, of course, are very interrupting the landscape. And the lowest one is a very good example of the misguided planning, because this is a housing possibility that is directly in the lake. So this lake is very sensitive. It's just 1 meter deep, and actually we should not build something so close together on the lake shore. But with a very old planning law that we have in place, it is possible to build these kind of settlement structures also into the lakeshore, which is also a problem of increasing form. So when we want to look at the World Heritage Site and all its elements and layers of the World Heritage Site, it's very good to define them a little bit. So we have the building with its details and surroundings. We do have the settlements, the lake itself, the nature and cultural landscape around the lake, and then the definition of the World Heritage Site. And of course, what we don't have to forget is the intangible values around the lake, which need an integrative approach. And as Ibu Eti before said, we need to have a lot of people and a lot of different disciplines looking at this site if we want to have it sustainable conserved. So if we approach this, we do it very from different angles, and I will show you an example where we compiled, a student of mine compiled in a very nice diploma thesis on harmonies and disharmonies around the lake. She compared two villages and laid out the criteria for architectural planning within the World Heritage Site, as it has been stated in the management plan of the World Heritage Site that is now 20 years old. And here we see that there are a number of things that they considered, but still some that they left out, and so we have to include them, especially concerning the local architecture. So because just stating the zoning for the architecture and where new architecture can be built is not enough, but you also have to understand how traditional villages have been integrated into the landscape, how the settlement structure was working, with its buildings, streets and places, and the whole silhouette of these settlements. Then the ensemble, so how the buildings have been placed to each other, the single objects and the details on the objects. This, of course, you can just analyze, not working only as an architect, but working together with historians, with art historians, with people that are dealing with this idea, also understanding why the villages or the buildings or these details look as they did so far and why they developed by time. Likewise, this is also happening with the settlement structure, analyzing the core of the settlements, often built after a siege of people coming from the east, and then they have planned very military-like in the beginning and then developed by time. So the core is this black part. So this is really the traditional village, and then the green developed by time. If you look at it from afar, with satellite images and also aerial images, we see how it is developing. And here we can, of course, work together or have to work together, again, with historians, but also people who are working in biology. How much is this interference of the villages, the growing villages, also interacting with the surrounding nature, especially in an area that is sensitive, like the one around the lake, flat as it is, and also with a very special soil with a lot of salt in it. So after analyzing this, Jenny put together the values and characteristics of the building culture in detail a little bit more, which is special for this region. She put together the some details on what to look at, especially so not to disturb the harmony that has been developed over centuries. Here she pointed out the facade proportions, the zoning in the facade itself. What is very important and what you find out in comparing different villages are, even if the details in material may be similar from village to village, the very particularities can be very different. Again, if you talk to historians and people who lived there for a longer time, you will find out why these particularities are there and why you have to consider them. What is also very interesting is if you look at details like entrances or roofs or the facades, you will understand that when people completely forget about what are the traditional values or what are the meanings of these parts in the architecture, it will lead to these disturbances in the village outline that it feels sometimes really uncomfortable. So together with Jenny, we worked on ideas of how to explain what can be done or could be done in changing again the architecture with very little interventions, so to make it in this harmony again so that people really feel like home when they're coming back in their historic environment. It leads to a guidebook for the construction and building in the World Heritage Site, which is now used by the authorities in a very simple form, but is very understandable for everybody who wants to do anything building in the World Heritage Site. This is something, when people understand of what are the values, then it's much easier for them also to continue something that has this still outstanding universal value and perhaps also fits together on both sides of the borders. What we should not forget is that the World Heritage Site of Viertel-Neusiedlersee is a transboundary World Heritage, partly in Austria, partly in Hungary, that has been divided for 40 years by the Iron Curtain. After the fall of the Iron Curtain, it is very interesting to see that the perception of the landscape on both sides of the borders is pretty different. In another project, we analyzed this with a number of interviews with people living in the area, elder ones, but also younger ones, and how they are perceiving the landscape. Very interestingly, the past memories of the landscape are very similar on both sides of the borders. People remember the hard workmanship people had at the time, but also a lot of animals in the streets, and how also the people were very much interacting with each other, and how much also the agriculture and the farming was an integrative part of the village. But nowadays, if you ask Austrians about their perception of landscape, the description is like the administrative description. So what is my garden? The landscape starts with the garden. So this is my garden, which is already a part of the landscape. Then this is the settlement, and this is the district, and so on and so forth. Whereas in the Hungarian part of the World Heritage Site, the people are perceiving the landscape as with the landscape elements, with the meadows, with the lake itself, with the marshlands, and so on. And then a part, for example, Sopron, which is a tiny town on the south west of the World Heritage Site, is an integrative part of the whole cultural landscape, even if it's quite far away from the lake itself. So these are things that you have to consider, that these administrative ideas and this how it is really planned from the authorities is something you should not forget about. So, and if we don't think about this interaction between the aspects that are influencing the cultural heritage and the policy tools that are there, then it is really very hard to do any measures for the conservation of cultural landscape. So you can do bits and pieces, but you have to look at the big picture on the existing policies and how it is interrelating or interfering with the conflicts and challenges that are there in these cultural heritage sites or concerning the cultural heritage per se. So we need a number of disciplines working together, tackling all these parts, and then try to find solution for an integrative approach to preserve the cultural heritage as a part that guides us at the end to an inclusive, safe, and hopefully resilient and sustainable human, not settlement per se, but a living place in total. So I hope that was somehow enlightening what we are doing, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, Ulrike, thank you very much. That was a nice presentation by Ulrike. Yes, now we proceed to the fifth speaker, Mr. Ivan Prianto, who will present Modest Green Urbanism in Searching for More Sensible Urban Living. Ivan is a chairperson in GBC Indonesia, or Green Building Council Indonesia, since 2018, and he also one of the core founder of GBC Indonesia. He used to be a chairperson of IABI, Ikatan Ahli Bangunan Hijau Indonesia, in 2015 to 2018. Since 2015, he serves as CEO at the PT Dex Solusi Transit, a sustainable urban development company specialized in infrastructure and urban development and public domain facilities. In 2017, he has been appointed as a strategic advisor for transit-oriented development of PT MRT, 2015 to 2016. He has been appointed again by PT Jakpro as a strategic advisor to initiate to prepare strategic development framework of LRT in Jakarta. 2008 to 2015, he was the head of division of urban planning and business development of PT MRT Jakarta. So, Pak Iwan, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Please, you can start presenting.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Sorry. Am I clear? Am I clear? My sound and also my presentation?
Yes, Pak Iwan.
Yeah.
It's clear.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. This is a valuable opportunity for me to share my thought and concern regarding our current global challenge and that already affect our urban living today and most likely will also change radically our future urban living. With my green building background, I'm representing, of course, professional practice as well as green building communities, but this time it is purely my own professional opinion.
There's a problem connection.
Oh, sorry.
We are not hearing you now.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yes, now. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we are hearing you now.
Okay. Okay then. So, perhaps I will to make my. Sorry. Okay. No. I think okay. I will try to. Hopefully, the connection will stable. Okay, please apologize if my presentation is not fluently referred to any reference, unlike my academic colleague. Yeah, but why I'm quite, I'm really trying to share on this part of you, because I do believe nobody really knows what the near future will look like, and what is the significant impact on our urbanism understanding. And should we modify our ideals, understanding, and principle regarding our current urbanism? And what are the alternative scenarios of our near future urban living, especially in Indonesia? So here are my presentation trying to share just part of my thought. Hopefully it could have some benefit. First, I like to remind again regarding what actually happened, what major things that actually happened to our global society right now. This is McKay cartoon. It is very good. It given to me by, informed to me by my dear colleagues from UNPAR, Pak Dr. Purnama Salura. But it really affects a lot in my way to present understanding what is the relationship between climate change and the COVID-19 right now in just one single slide. So when we are talking about micro things about personal protection in COVID-19, but actually behind this COVID-19, we already experienced as well the global recession. So it is one single package. And at the back of this, actually, we are still the ongoing process of the climate change disasters already affect us. Yeah. But we are not really or willing to admit that actually we are in this disaster climate change situation. This very, very funny because this McKay cartoon have like somehow two versions. And the other version is behind this climate change, there is another big, huge disaster. It is biodiversity collapse. So biodiversity collapse means like a doomsday for me. Yeah, it is just a polite word for doomsday, a biodiversity collapse. So how can we learn from this cartoons? Yeah, first there is a disaster and there is an impact. There is another disaster, there is an impact. And actually this is one single package. This disaster and impact is one single package. And the impact is much higher than the disaster itself. And if we look at the nature of this disaster, the COVID-19 actually is unpredicted. Nobody can predict and make a appropriate preparation to anticipate this disaster. It is totally unpredicted for me, and it is natural disaster. Whether someone still have some speculation or conspiracy theory, but I don't think there is a hero in this. There is one single country that get all the benefit from this disaster because they are experiencing the impact. Even though, for instance, some country already can control the disaster, but the impact they cannot control. So it is unpredicted. It is natural disaster. But for climate change, it is highly predicted. It is highly predicted. It is a man-made disaster. So logically, we should have quite time and significant attention towards this highly predicted man-made disaster, not just waiting for another unpredicted natural disaster, but actually there is a already highly predicted man disaster that actually the human and mankind should prepare quite significantly to anticipate this disaster. The building sectors is the one who's responsible, the biggest entity that responsible to the climate change, because the building sector produced 89%, almost 40% GHG emission, and consume 35% of world energy, and consume 12% of global water, and also produce 25% of waste. So the building sectors are really should be doing something very, very significant to ensure that we are not the biggest part of the problem. So therefore, World Green Building Council as well as Green Building Council in Indonesia already signed a commitment towards a net zero. By 2030, all the new buildings should be net zero in a net zero condition. And by 2050, all buildings, not just new building, all buildings should be in the net zero condition. So it's only like 10 years from now, we should already transform all the building if we want to be part of the solution not just the biggest part of the problem. So this is actually the trajectory. The first principle is we have to reduce the energy demand and consumption. So it is not about the technology. It is not about the rocket science technology. It is all about the way we are trying to live, the way we are trying to make a more modest living. Yeah, how? By reducing the consumption, conserve the energy by reducing the consumption. So in our case, in tropical area like Indonesia, we have fortunately we have no extreme weather condition. Therefore, we can promote natural ventilation as a part of the most important strategy towards reducing the energy demand and consumption. And after that, if we still have to energize some equipment like HVAC or elevator and something else, then we have to promote the energy efficiency technology and methodology appropriately. So that can also provide a good indoor health and comfort. So this is the second step. And the ultimate step is deploying the renewable energy. So this is the trajectory towards the net zero carbon emission. While we try to promote the natural ventilation, actually we also promote the free airflow that provide more fresh air and reduce and dilute contaminated aerosol. And also by having a good air ventilation for the appropriate HVAC system and that have a good air circulation, and perhaps also deploy a certain air filter, then we can reduce contaminated aerosol and also dilute the virus and bacteria. And at large, by having all those framework, then we can already try to reduce the global warming, and reduce the fossil fuel energy and increase the Earth ecological capacity. And by decarbonizing the building sector, we are also promoting general health, avoiding melting glaciers, because some of melting glaciers are in Tibet, for instance, at January 2020, there is 28 new viruses that most likely no modern human antibody already noticed, already have can respond to these viruses. So the more glacier will melt, the more new viruses will occur. So can you imagine, we already, the global situation already collapsed just one single disaster, one single virus. Can you imagine if multiple disaster, or let's say multiple viruses? I cannot imagine how this will affect us. So by all this background, I would like to contemplate on our situation. First, regarding the terms globalization. Globalization means to speed up the movement and exchange of human beings, goods, services, capital, technologies, and also cultural practice all over the planet. And by the advancement of our technology today and our global cooperation, this makes as if our planets as a single global activities, that can interconnect one another. So this is the pre-pandemic COVID era understanding paradigm. But right now we are witnessing the other on the contrary, the other phenomena is deglobalization. Why is deglobalization? Because all the countries are trying to lock down, because the COVID-19 pandemic has effectively locked at least global supply chain, global economy, as well as global movement of people. So what is the impact of this deglobalization phenomenon right now? The impact is, this is the quite rare phenomena, degrowth phenomena. Instead of growth phenomena, right now we are already witnessing several global recession, and it tells a lot about degrowth phenomena. But the positive side is the decreasing of global CO2 emission. So because of the less activity, less, especially the air travel, which is the most the most producing of emission, global emission. So I think decreasing global CO2 emission is one of the positive side of this COVID pandemic. What is the impact of our urbanism of this deglobalization situation? So we talk about, I'm trying to contemplate about the urbanization. We already accept that according to several research and prediction that by 2050, 2/3 of the human population will live in the urban area. I believe this is like actually as a pre-pandemic COVID paradigm. And we never criticize about this. We tend to just accept that, okay, 2/3 of our global population will live at the urban side. So urbanization is high concentration of people, money, and resources. And this effectively became a pull factors that absorb rural people and also resources. And what is the response our community, global community? One is not working that good, so become a sprawl development. The urbanization is a sprawl development because there is no good planning and all the planning paradigm is like old school. Yeah? So this sprawl development create a sprawl, low dense residential, especially in Jakarta, mega cities, yeah, poor public transportation, and private car and vehicle domination. And this is like just Bu Eti and Pa Arif just told us regarding the urbanism in the US. It is already trying to be corrected by this new principle, compact development, compact high-dense urban development with TOD and mass transit domination. Hopefully we can achieve those. In Jakarta, just trying to make some correction of the old sprawl development to become more compact development today. But we never think about, there is the same thing about those two actually. What is the same thing? The same thing, most people have to commute from suburban to urban centers. Nobody really criticizing about why should we commute from suburban to urban centers? And development are induced by economic development. As if there's requirement from the economic side to growth, to provide, to facilitate the economic growth and economic development, it seems like, yeah, this is already always become a positive requirement. Yeah, we never criticizing about this. And the economic development growth itself seems like have no limit. Yeah, and also driven further by the globalization. So this is the background are still the same, but we are reacting in the two ways. One, business as usual only react as sprawl development. One is trying to make a more ideals, more efficient way of urban living. Then we try to promote what we call compact development. But right now, urbanization itself are challenged by this pandemic and perhaps post-pandemic COVID-19 era. Challenged by COVID-19 pandemic. Right now, we also witnessing the phenomena of de-urbanization, the concentration of people, money, and resources. Yeah, and actually, high dense development, urban transit is vulnerable to pandemic. High concentration of people is vulnerable to pandemic. So therefore, we are right now trying to promote a less, by COVID pandemic, actually, this is like making some correction. So right now it's less dense. Yeah. And we are all performing physical distancing. And this is a phenomena of deconcentrated. Yeah. And actually, we are significantly less commuting. We are working from home. Even today, we are witnessing all over the global, we can perform together. We can communicate, sharing and disseminate without even having to stay or to stay in the same location. Yeah, so we can do this without significant travel needs and less commuting. And we are also witnessing the economic degrowth. Everybody is recessed right now. economic degrowth, and deglobalization. So this is the actual condition right now. So the biggest questions is whether this situation, this deurbanization, deconcentrated situation will stop when, let's say, the vaccine of the COVID-19 will already been invented. I myself don't think this is the right way to think. This is not the right way to respond. Yeah, the most more sensible way to respond if we have to think about why this deurbanization became a very important things today, and what can we learn from this? And perhaps there is a scenario, tomorrow scenario that can go together with this kind of deurbanization phenomenon. So what kind of urbanism? So the before entering to the myself trying to make several scenarios, we still remember that the old school paradigms in property development, property market value, we always say, the property marketer always say location, location, location. That is the key success of the property development is location, location, and location. But for the transit-oriented development, developers that already have a transit-oriented and already been educated and also trying to promote their property, which is within the transit area. So these terms become station. The key success is station, station, station. So every property near to the station will create a significant success and better property values. But today's COVID-19 and perhaps by the existence of the 5G technology in the future, I predict and I do believe there's one more important infrastructure. Instead of roadways and for the location, instead of transit infrastructure at the station, but right now we have the broadband infrastructures, the data centers, the fiber optics, etc., and for 5G. So it means that connection is the more important value for the property consumers, because they will do things.
Sorry,
yeah,
another 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. So by having this, we already experienced the working from home, working instead of working from office. Again, I'm trying to criticizing about the indoor. So we are trying to accept that 90% of people will live indoor. But we learn from the vernacular dwelling, most of them are living to the activity, daily activity is outdoor. So can we learn from this? Yeah. So I'm trying to envisioning a more sensible modus urban living. One thing is the outdoor became more important. The outdoor became more important. Before COVID, we talk about 90% people will live or actually live and have an activity indoor, only 10% outdoor. But perhaps in the future, after post-COVID urban living, perhaps the indoor is only 50%. This is just my ideals. Yeah. And semi-outdoor will emerge. Semi-outdoor will become new indoor. Yeah, a 30% and outdoor 20%, or perhaps even less. 30% only indoor, and semi-outdoor is 40%, and outdoor is 30%. So I think this is in line with what Bu Eti concerned about the infrastructure, and also Pak Arif in the Atlanta situation. Yeah. And the other thing, green urban district. So modus green urban district, the first scenario. So instead of trying to heavily rely on the very heavy and expensive infrastructure for the mass transit, perhaps we can promote a simple bicycle, perhaps just put another electronic things and it become a e-bike, yeah, and which is already happened everywhere. I believe this become like individual infrastructure if facilitated well in the city, just like the Atlanta case and just like at the Boston case. I think this provides a good example when people that living is quite far away can work from home like 40% and then 60% work from office. Yeah, it's like 15 kilometers they can do without sweat. situation, sweaty situation, because we are in Jakarta, in Indonesia, tropical humid. So by having an e-bike, there is no more sweaty situation. So you can go with full clothes and right away go to the office. And at 3 kilometers, they can use scootering and cycling with e-bike as well. And if 1 kilometer, then they can walk. So the whole thing is become like a green urban district with all the principle of green modern urbanism. Green. And if we need to commute, because the situation already been there, sensible occasional commuting, because no need for 9 to 5 working hours, no need to everyday commute, because most probably only like 2 days per week we only need to commute in the future. So the situation I'm trying to, where we can combine the folded bikes, or even better e-folded bikes, with personalized transit, or with mass transit, or even with high-speed rail. So, but we can understand that the MRT itself, the railway company will facing right now a very awkward situation, because previously they already relies on the ridership. The ridership is become the most important factors to create the revenue. So if the ridership is 50%, how come they can create revenue? So I promote that this transit system can allow people to bring their folded bikes or e-bikes and give them a more expensive fare, higher fare than the ordinary just bring his own self within the cars itself. I mean the mass transit cars itself. So by bringing the bike, we can have like a 1.5 or 2 times higher fare than before, but we only have to commute like 2 days a week. So by combining all these two, perhaps this is like the new way of urban living. So the last chapter, so we can right now put a less tense to the transit neighborhood, because I believe it's more polycentric. It's not just polycentric within the urban, but polycentric as well in relation with the suburban, even in relation with the rural. So there's a lot of polycentric town, a center town that is polycentric, but equipped with high broadband infrastructure that enable people to work from home. So we can, by less tension, we can try to promote a more modest, low emission green transit neighborhood, low zero emission mass transit, pedestrian, bicycle, e-bike, non-motorized vehicle friendly, net zero buildings within the transit neighborhood, balance indoor and semi-outdoor and outdoor activity and living, maximum passive design, use of renewable energy for street park, semi-outdoor, indoor lighting, neighborhood utility system, moderate, dense, compact development with healthy comfort, microclimate, high green plot ratio, good urban biodiversity, green integrated utility system, more vibrant and inclusive outdoor commercial spot and promenades, promote more local vegetation, even productive vegetation, and so on, with local materials, integrated urban water cycle planning, and etc. So I think this is my end of presentation. This is not a theory. This is like just a scenario that I'm trying to share. Hopefully we'll create more discussion, and hopefully we can think more seriously, and having more courage to think more radically, to anticipate the radical changes that needs to be done, in response to all these disasters that we are now experiencing and will experience it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That was a presentation by Pak Iwan. Thanks for the beautiful presentation material. Now we are going to enjoy the presentation by Professor Sung Hong Kim. He sent us the video presentation, as I mentioned before. The title of his presentation is High Density Buildings in Compact Cities. Kim is a professor of architecture and urbanism at the University of Seoul. He studied architecture at Hanyang University in Seoul, at the University of California, Berkeley, and at the Georgia Technology in Atlanta, USA. He was a Fulbright visiting solar at the University of Washington in 2006. Between 2007 and 2010, he organized an exhibition, Megacity Network, Contemporary Korean Architecture, in Frankfurt, Berlin, Tallinn, Barcelona, and Seoul. He created the FAR game, Constraints Sparking Creativity, for the Korean Pavilion in 2016 Venice Biennale. Okay, please, the technical support team behind could play the video. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Sang-Hong Kim in Seoul. I thank you for the invitation to the third international seminar on livable space, and I'm so sorry that I'm not able to participate in live online seminar. The topic of my presentation is high-density building in complex city. At the coronavirus pandemic, the population density is a certainly condition for the rapid spread of infectious disease, but it does not seem to apply to every city. The problem is not density itself, but the quality of density. The dense and complex city is a still valid model for inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities. But urban planners and architects will be facing new challenges about the idea of collective sharing and common in the post-coronavirus era. I will present apartment complexes in Seoul and call for integration and coordination of the urban management plan with the architecture design as the proper avenue for the establishment of a more sustainable, high-density living environments. Seoul is a city of architectural contrast. On the one hand, high-rise apartments are ubiquitous across the cityscape. On the other hand, one or two-story single detached houses have been continuously demolished. What is apartment in Korea? These are the four residential building typologies. Apartment is simply defined as a multi-family house taller than 5 stories. But the high-rise apartment has become Seoul's most common residential building type, growing in concentration with the limited urban areas for the last several decades. In 2015, 45% of households live in apartment buildings, but the total gross floor area of high-rise apartment comprised 61% of all residential buildings in Seoul. Most apartments in South Korea are owned or rented by individuals. A tenant pays a lump sum deposit to homeowner, and the homeowner gains a profit from the interest of the deposit. As of March 2018, the ratio of deposit to the resale value is 69% for Seoul. This unique system is a product of a steady rise in property values and high interest rate during a period of rapid economic growth and urban concentration. Because of this, many Koreans still look at the apartment unit as a commodity that is bought and sold as a short-term real estate investment. Then what is the most critical variable for feasibility of development and the most efficient mechanism for the urban management? It is the floor area ratio. FAR is the ratio of the building's total floor area to the size of plot. BCL is the ratio of the built area to the plot area. The basic rule is that the limit on FAR is imposed by zoning. For example, the FAR limit for the Class 2 general residential area, which occupies the largest portion of the urbanized area in Seoul, is 200%. The first step for the Korean architects is to know the limit of the FAR and BCL on the zoning they work with for the design. The next step is establishing hypothetical building envelope, applying complicated FAR regulations. This diagram shows extended volumes of surfaces or small and medium-sized building in Seoul developed through the design tactics for the maximum FAR given the legal constraint. The FAL game was the theme for the Korean Pavilion 2016 Venice Biennale, which I created. Why is the game so intense in Seoul? The answer is the density. The land size of Seoul is as large as Jakarta. The population of the two cities are almost the same. So are densities. In fact, Seoul holds a triple crown of densities, the most populated, densest, and most concentrated cities in the world. The discrepancy between the current average FAL 145% and the buildable FAL 208% put the pressure on developers and architects. By rules, the apartment complex can only be built on Class 2, Class 2 general residential, quasi-residential, and quasi-industrial areas. Therefore, the maximum FAL for the apartment complex in Seoul would be between 200% and 400%. However, the FAL game for the high-rise apartment is much more complicated than small and medium-sized buildings. Urban management plan define different sets of FAL limits for the apartment: standard FAL, permissible FAL, and ceiling FAL. Most developers and landowners carefully calculate the benefits and downsides of densification, but they are usually willing to give up ownership of a portion of their lands to gain extra FAL percentage and to reach the ceiling FAL. In Seoul, the apartment complex is a battlefield of negotiation for density between three players: the consumer desiring maximum volume, supplier attempting to achieve it, and the controller restricting it. Inevitably, the government uses FAL as a metric to control the density of the plot, districts, areas, and cities. The problem is in the indeterminate quality of density. While there are elaborate measures to calculate densities, there's a lack of social consensus about the quality of urban space in relation to density. From the 1960s, a series of urban planning techniques were used in Seoul. The map shows patterns of many different layers. The area executed by these projects are nearly 70% of the urbanized areas. Among them, housing redevelopment and housing reconstruction were implemented primarily for large-scale high-rise apartments. HLD and HLC are different in legal terms, but they are similar in execution process. The main difference is that HLD replaced low-rise houses with high-rise apartments, whereas HLC replaced medium-rise apartments with taller apartments. HLD projects and HLC project on the left. The two maps shows the patches of the urban fabric as a result of HLC and HLD project. I look at 24 cases that were in the review process by the Seoul Metropolitan Government between 2013 and 2017. I analyzed urban and architectural morphologies. I define morphology as an inseparable physical entity encompassing urban form and architecture. More precisely, I outline interconnectedness of quantitative variables such as scale, density, and height, and examine how these variables relate to unit plan arrangement, building layout, and boundary of complex. Legally, there are 4 ways to implement apartment developments: HLD, HLC, HC, and HLM. The public rental program is an additional program on top of these 4 tools. HLC implemented for the residential areas with a relatively good infrastructure. It is operated jointly by the private sector and the local government. The local government intervene in the process. These are the rendering of 10 HLC projects. HC is initiated by association consisting of group of land and homeowners. or by a developer, the government intervention is minimal because the project operator is private. The renderings of 10 HC projects. Like HLC, HLD is operated jointly by the private sector and the local government, but HLD is implemented for the areas with the relatively poor urban infrastructure. 2 HLD projects. Unlikely other 3 projects, HLM does not demolish existing buildings, but renovates and expand the floor areas. 2 HLM projects. Scale. The average site areas for all 24 complexes are 52,000 square meters. The size is 2.5 times larger than the standard block in Manhattan in New York City. And it is more than 5 times the minimum size legally required for HLC projects, which is 10,000 square meters. The average plot size in Seoul is 250 square meters. So the average of 24 studied area is more than 200 times larger than average plot size in Seoul. It means redeveloping or reconstructing a single apartment complex requires demolishing about 200 buildings, erasing existing urban fabric, and rearranging it as a single plot. This is the largest complex among 24. Only a single public road is inside the complex. Since the FAR and heights of the buildings are bound by the regulation, every developer attempts to maximize the size of the complex by eliminating or pushing the public roads to the periphery. Density. The average FAR for 24 complexes is 310%, which lies between the limit for the class 3 residential and quasi-residential. So the figure looks random. However, a close look at reveals that the FAR for each project is just below the limit of the ceiling FAR set by the district unit plan. It demonstrates that each made a concerted effort to capture every possible square meter allowable. Height. The average number of floors for all cases is 30 stories, lower than 35-story limit set by the Seoul's Urban Basic Plan. The average BCL for the 24 project is 26.7%, significantly lower than the BCL limit for the class 3, general residential, and quasi-residential. The numbers indicate the amount of FAR achieved above the limit set for the zoning regulation. By contrast, these numbers indicate amount of BCL plan below the limit set for the zoning. It demonstrates that general strategy of apartment design is to reach the ceiling FAR and to make the building as high as possible. Axiom is that the maximum FAR is a constant, whereas the number of floors is a variable. Maximization of FAR and optimization of BCL leads to high-rise apartment typology with greater density. Individual apartment buildings have a shallow plan and wide frontage for the natural sunlight from south and natural ventilation. The double corridor plan is avoided because units facing north are least preferable in the market in South Korea. As a result, there are limited options for the unit combination and orientations. The most popular strategy is a building with 3 or 4 units facing the angle range between southeast and southwest. The L-shaped wide frontage unit plan is firmly established as a stereotype. Wide frontage has another advantage, balcony extension. For several decades, exterior balconies of apartments have been illegally converted into interior rooms. In 2005, the government legalized internalization of balconies with a depth of less than 1.5 meters. Building sections in red color indicates how balconies are extended outward for more floor areas. This is not included in FAR calculation. Accordingly, developers and architects endeavor to make the window frontage as long as possible for the conversion of more balcony floor areas. Layout. Now the last challenge for the developers is to put as many of these units as possible in a complex. This tendency is well demonstrated in this drawing of projects for the Korea Land and Housing Corporation, a quasi-governmental agency responsible for the massive supply of land and housing. The line illustrates the requirement certain distance between buildings along north-south axis or the maximum length of building frontage for obtaining a building permit. We see that similar patterns emerge in most of 24 complexes. They were drawn to the same scale and the same orientation. Let's take a look at the HRC 7 complex. Before the reconstruction, the site was grid pattern block facing 12 meters wide street, and there was a retail and pedestrian activities. The reconstructed complex on the right comprises of the repetition of the L-shaped building breaking away from the urban axis and grid system. This new configuration creates strong spatial boundaries with zigzag building receding from the street. A gigantic gate will be erected that forms a psychological entry barrier for outsiders. The retail complex at the southeast corner has a strong boundary with the inner complex. The study confirmed a proliferation of stereotypical unit plan and building layout regardless of the specific of the site and locations. The bigger problem is that the development of apartment deepens the intra-urban gap in the quality of living space. The public rental housing program can be used in all 4 types of projects. Contrary to city government intention, however, the public housing program is employed ironically more in private projects. The less wealthy areas have less opposition to the public housing because housing association is dissolved after construction. There is no stable organizational body to monitor the quality of sustainable environments. In wealthy areas, however, higher ratio of original residents stay at the construction. The solidarity of these communities is stronger, and so is the NIMBY attitude. The study also discovered that zoning for 9 out of 10 HC projects were upgraded during the process of development. To change the zoning to the next level, certain portions of land or floor areas must be handed to the local government for public use. Despite this disadvantage, landowners and developers were still willing to do it in order to get zoning upgrade to increase their overall floor areas. As a result, the less wealthy areas, but adjacent to affluent areas, produce denser and taller morphologies. Boundary. Complexes on the steep hillside have irregular boundaries and abrupt transition with adjacent areas. In particular, those at the lower middle-class residential areas will have adverse effects on the surroundings. Denser and taller buildings cast shadow on the surrounding buildings of a lower zoning. Many buildings on north side of the complex have only a few hours of sunlight a day. With the construction of the concrete platform on which hillside buildings need to stand, natural terrain gets damaged. There is virtually no natural soil on the ground to absorb water because of the underground parking, which covers almost the entire plots. Between the complex and the adjacent walls, there are retaining walls several times higher than human beings. On the other hand, in flatter sites, usually affluent areas, the infrastructure in and out of the complex is improved. The surrounding roads are widened, sufficient underground parking is secured, and open space on the ground level is covered with trees, grass, and ponds. While the spatial quality inside the complex is enhanced, the complex itself is separated from outside, with the strong physical boundaries and anti-street frontage of buildings. Most of the HRC projects within affluent Gangnam areas demonstrate these features. Throughout Seoul, we see a broad transition between inside and outside of apartment complex that weaken continuity of urban fabric and the facilitation of pedestrian movement. We see the restriction of topography and excessive underground excavation that threaten the sustainability of the environment. We see strong boundaries between inside and outside the complex that create exclusive urban enclaves and gated communities. We see the uneven distribution of density that leads to uneven quality in the living environments. Here we see that the heterogeneity urban morphology of Seoul is paradoxically combined with homogeneity of architecture topology, which is driven by market demands and private interest. We confirm that quantitative variables such as density scales are closely related with urban and architecture morphology, which then have a deep impact on the quality of living space. As long as the perceived value of large-scale development overpowers small-scale plot-based projects, this problem will not be solved easily. The architects who concentrate on the specificity of individual building have little opportunity to intervene in the decision-making process in urban design. This is one of the few realized expanded the public housing projects. The architects could break away prototypical layout and uniplan arrangement because site was designed as a special district that ruled out related regulation. Currently, the influence of architecture and architects in the earlier phase of calibrating urban design is marginal. This is partly because density is understood merely at the level of two-dimensional land use pattern use, and is not seen as a design element for architecture. Now, the role of architects who can integrate and coordinate urban design and architecture design is more important than ever. There's always a tension and dilemma between the constraint of the city and the principle of architecture. Yet I want to say that constraint always spark creativity. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for playing the video. It was a very informative video presentation by Professor Kim. Many thanks. Yes, by finishing this, it means all speakers have presented their materials. And now we proceed to the next session, which is discussion. We are having already some questions, addressed to some speakers. First question is coming from, wait a minute. Yes, from Isa UPJ to Miss Eti. Miss Eti, are you still here? Yes, ya, dengar ya Bu. Do you observe a parallel between the infrastructure development plans in the cities in the States and those happening in Indonesia? What would you suggest to be the first step for the Indonesian government to avoid making the same mistakes? It seems to be happening already.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. And I'm hoping that by having more people discussing this, we can actually change and pivot differently, because it's really important to learn from the mistakes. It is reversible in a way, but it's so extremely expensive. It's better if we can just start thinking about it now and start to do the projects more holistically. So right now in the United States, it's no longer just left to the engineers to do all these projects. It's by law, they have to include all of us, not just architects and planners, but also historians, even archaeologists. Like, so there is a slew of experts and the public, they're all involved in trying to create the infrastructure. Indeed, this kind of infrastructure project takes a longer time, but it is something that we would have to live with also for a long, long time. So we do believe that trying to do it right the first time would be extremely important. So yes, I hope there will be a shift, especially with this pandemic. I think everybody is start to rethink on how to do things differently. I'm very hopeful.
Okay, thank you, Bu Eti. The second question is coming from Laretna T. Adisakti, is addressed to Ulrike. Well thought and inspiring, Uli, yes, yeah. In the case of urban management, who is the leading sector or conductor of this integrated approach of Saujana conservation? Is there any collaborative agencies in charge of the heritage impact assessment for this broader case? Thanks. Hope to see you soon in Kulon Progo. You have appointment with her, yeah, in Kulon Progo.
Yeah, kind of standing appointment. Okay. Yeah, well, concerning Verte Neusiedlersee, the agency in charge for the management of these integrated approaches should be actually the World Heritage Managers. So we have an NGO which is in charge for the management of the World Heritage Site of Verte Neusiedlersee. And in the beginning, they also had all the all the weight from the political authorities, so to really create this management, these also integrated approaches. But in the moment, we really do have this problem that the political support is missing. So now we really have to go from the side of the all those scientific working experts to face this idea again to enforce these integrated approaches. So in the moment we have a union between IUCN and ICOMOS, national committees to really request again from the politicians to give more power to this World Heritage Management to really implement these integrated approaches. So that was not done for a longer time, and now we're really facing a threat of being enlisted as an endangered World Heritage Site again. So we have Vienna as an endangered site in the moment. And here we really have the same problem with mismanagement, especially as the Austrian and Hungarian site on the authority level did not work together. So we really have to try to force the politicians into this direction. But I think this is something that people around the world are facing, these problems. And I really hope, as Ibu Eti said, that the pandemic situation provides a good base, a sound base for discussion with authorities so that people really see that it is important to give more hands and more power to those who are working on these integrated approaches. So far, we don't have this implemented in law, and that's why the politicians, every now and then they let it happen, and if it does not please them development-wise, then they put a no on it. That's the problem. I hope this answered the question so far.
Okay, thank you, Ulrike. Actually, we have some questions here, but most of them are already answered by the speakers in chat column. That's why I read the rest. Yeah, this is the question from Laila Zora, Arsitektur, Universitas Singapura Bangsa. Yes, to Mr. Iwan. Is there any best practices that has been used in terms of vernacular dwellings outdoor, which are grouping in and around traditional kampungs related to zoning laws or land use policy to achieve the green building approach and ideal good living? Hello, Pak Iwan? You got it? Pak Iwan?
Please unmute.
Okay, sorry, forget. Okay, yeah, Bu Ella. Okay, yeah. I think this is not yet, Bu Ella. It is a very ideal situation. On the contrary, most of the people right now cannot really appreciate what is the value of the vernacular buildings. It's not just about the buildings. It's all about the mindset towards the living environment that they are live. Even though in Indonesia, for instance, we have plenty of natural resources, but during those times, vernacular dwellings already understand the limitation of our of what should be done in their living space. They have called terminology, for instance, like larangan, daerah larangan, so restricted area. They have area for garapan. Area garapan means like a productive area, but they have also area tutupan, means that closed area. Everybody cannot enter those area. So I think those kind of wisdoms, yeah, and value is not yet been appreciated a lot, especially in academician. Sorry, because we are always trying to export all the terminology from Western body of knowledge, but actually we have in the vernacular, we have a very beautiful kind of sustainability, especially regarding the sustainability mindset in our vernacular peoples. So not yet. Is it subject to be fight for? Yeah, need to fight for. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Iwan. This is the next question, still addressed to you, yeah. Pak Iwan, from Emma Yunita. Maybe you can read it yourself. Thank you, Pak Iwan. It seems that right now the desire to take a walk or get out of the house is still buried in everyone's heart, waiting for the pandemic to pass. If we later have to live with COVID-19, we need new ideas about architectural design and a safe environment, school, office, recreation areas, cafes, etc., so that everyone can move outside the home again as needed. What do you think, Pak Iwan?
Yeah, mostly agree. Yeah, I think what my spirit of my presentation, actually, we need to respect more on the outdoor situation. And perhaps for instance, like for the interior designers, I think some of my colleagues are a very good interior designers right now, because of the lockdown of the activity within the buildings, a lot of things. So the interior designer seems like slowing down as well. So I think we need to make a new changes in our mindset. Perhaps the outdoor itself should be treated as interior. Perhaps the semi-outdoor is the real interior, because we need to create a dynamic urban activity at those areas that during pre-pandemic area, we only looking, most of us are looking at the outdoor area just for a good views, yeah, and good microclimate. But I think it's more than just that. It should be like also a good place to create an activity without sweaty, without very comfortable, with good thermal comfort and etc. And the good thing is, it is highly safer than the indoor area. Yeah. Hopefully, I already answer your question.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Iwan. Yeah. Any more question from the participants? No? While waiting, may I ask something maybe to Pak Arif, ya? Pak Arif?
Sure.
Hello?
Yeah. Yep.
Yes. Yes, my question is how are stakeholder, public or private sector of urban development involved in urban design in Atlanta? Is there any rule or regulation of that? Yeah. If they follow the rule, then we get they get the reward. And if they don't, then they get the punishment. Is there any rule like that?
Do you mean stakeholder in terms of like developer, investor, or stakeholder in terms of like the public?
Both of them.
All right. So that's actually an excellent question. Actually, in line with what Bu Eti or Ulrike mentioned before. Actually, this like in the end of the day, right? So whatever we plan, right, it's going to play out in the political arena, right? So in case of in the case of Atlanta, right? So all these decisions were made by the city council, right? So just like the Beltline, right? So Ryan Gravel, right? So approached one of the city councilor, right? And then she made that like her political agenda, right? And she managed to persuade her constituents. So Atlanta is divided up into 25 constituent, right? Each represented by a councilor, and like so all this policy or all these decisions were made by the city councils and the mayor, of course, right? And then like, so that's what happened in Atlanta, right? So actually this is part of the, of course, like in America, everything is part of the electoral games, right? So what's the representative, right? So city council is like a, maybe a member of DPR in Indonesia, right? So parts of that what they sell to their electorate, right? So comes the election day, right? So they sell the program. I'm going to build the Beltline, right? And these are the benefits that the citizen will reap, right? And that's what happened in Atlanta. That's how the project moved along, right? So one of the city councilors picked that up, made that her elections campaign, right? And then everybody bought into that, right? And every councillor then subscribe to that ideas, and then that became the city policy, and then attract the investor, right? So yeah, and then the city then set out like the legislative framework, right? So right now, actually, in the city legislature, there are that every developer should build affordable housing component and so on and so forth, right? Now that again, it became a political game, right? So because every developer then will hire like strong political lobby, right? So yeah, to tweak, right? To tweak the plan itself, right? To suit their purpose, right? So right now, what as Beltline as built right now is actually a far cry from the original intentions. Like, so Ryan Gravel himself now can distance himself, right? He's the original designer of the Beltline. Right now, he distanced himself from the project because he saw that it's not what his vision was, right? So it's only served the upper class. It did not serve the lower class, and that's, of course, it became like a legal and political game here. Like, and it's like everything else in the US, it's always a legal and political game. Like, yeah. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you, Arif. No more question from the participant? I have one question again. If there is no question from participant, it's addressed to Bu Eti. Which one become priority in development policy in Atlanta? Infrastructure or settlement? In Indonesia, if there is no infrastructure, no one want to live there. And the other way around, the view or the point of view of government see another side. If there is no settlement, they don't want to build the infrastructure. What do you think, Eti?
I'm not sure if this is Atlanta. I think this will be Pak Arif, but in general, I think they don't have to go one before the other. And I think that is the role of planners and academia to just actually figure out and develop like what would be a healthy community. And this will tie back into the discussion that Pa Iwan has been talking about, that it is something that we need to look at it and think about it in a way that is more holistically planned. And I do think what Pa Iwan has been talking about in terms of climate change and sustainability and resiliency is something that we need to start to think about it, because things are not just A plus B, B plus C, and all this stuff. It needs to be a lot more cohesive. I hope that answered the question.
Okay,
Pak Iwan dan Pak Arif, do you want to jump in?
Yeah.
Yes, please, Pak Arif.
I think it could happen both ways, right? So, we could design infrastructure to facilitate the growth, right? Or, right, development of structure could follow the existing growth. Like maybe in Indonesia, I think in like Indonesia, what happens is always like, the development of structure is always playing catch-up game, right? People already moved to a certain place and then, infrastructure followed, right? But in some case, right? So like here in the US, it's like, okay, can we facilitate through infrastructure and then people move in? Like so either way, right? It could go both ways. Yeah, it's just like the Beltline, right? So it was like an abandoned space, and then people start to build in infrastructure there, and now right, we are more like modern day nomads, right? So as long as we have connections, we will plug in everywhere, right? So we're less tied, right, into territory, right? We're more like a topological animal, right? As long as we get connected, right, we will live anywhere, right?
Although I need to jump in here because I think Indonesia, especially Jakarta, is so very dense. And now we are starting to do this big mega project infrastructure almost like the way America was doing it in the past. And so I do believe that the biggest problem now for Indonesia would be how to slow it down and how to start thinking about it, not just in terms of connecting A to B, but in terms of like, what is it that we are actually building, and how is it that we are building it so that we are not destroying the surrounding area. And I do agree with Pak Priyanto, Pak Iwan, that when we're designing the infrastructure, if we do it in layers, that it not only serve the vehicular movement, but also we are talking about walking, we're talking about electric bikes, so there or regular bikes, so they have all different speed are well served. I think in Jakarta will be much healthier city just by design. And I think that is something that we need to think about and we need to do, because we do not want to start going ahead and building this thing, single-use projects that we are now learning in the US, and everybody is paying gazillion amount of dollars to take it down.
Okay, thank you, Betty. Any more else? No? This is the last question.
Pak Iwan harus unmute.
Sorry, Pauka, can I jump in? Because it's a very dynamic discussion. It's very interesting. rarely happen in any webinars. So I think I must agree with Bu Ida, yeah, regarding the infrastructure. The infrastructure, for instance, like heavy infrastructure like MRT, like elevated structure, something like that, it aged like 100 years, yeah, 70 to 100 years. So when we make mistake right now, it will affect all those generation, at least 2 generations in front of us. So better to think before do. Doing something is not a virtue anymore right now, but thinking of doing the right things, that is the virtue. Yeah. Jakarta cannot afford to have a heavy infrastructure in terms of fiscal capacity. Yeah. So we are only have one single MRT, and then the next MRT, perhaps we cannot afford again to have. And we cannot if afford to have more elevated structures on top of our roads, because we only have 6% road area from total area in Jakarta, compared to Singapore like 13%, for instance. Yeah. And Tokyo, and we only have 6%, and we only have like 2 or 3% of park, open park, formal park, garden, city garden, city park. So can you imagine the road itself already become the outdoor living experience for our citizens. So if this been enclosed by the elevated structures, and while these elevated structures are never thinking about whether this is a good structure, this is a proper structure or not, whether the capacity itself already sufficient to bring all this demand from the outskirts of the city, something like that. So many things needs to be learned and to be discussed, to be analyzed in a holistic way, just like Bu Eti just mentioned. So I do agree, we're better to think before doing right now. So I think the COVID-19 give us all the privilege to think first. And we are, as an urban designer, as urban transit planner and something like that, we need to act more proactively, not waiting all the requirements coming from the economic side, not coming from the political side, but we can trying to promote better way of life, better way of doing, and better way of economic development in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Iwan.
I just wanted to add something, if it's possible, because I really like these ideas of rethinking what and using this time. And what I just want to stress again is to really integrate the cultural heritage, because we have so much knowledge, so much wisdom in the past development. And I think we should really facilitate them for these developments in the future, and perhaps think about doing less than more on construction and building, because perhaps we don't need it anymore. And what we don't have is space forever. And this is something that is very, very important not to forget about. So we can think about developments without any end, but space will be ending. So we have to consider how much do we really need, and just with this, as we stressed it all together, with an holistic approach, and in integrating what the past generation already thought about, we can have a more sustainable future. And I think that's the very important thing not to forget about.
I have to jump in because I agree with you like 1,000%. I think once preserving the cultural heritage is extremely important, because once they're gone for good. And I think we need to have the political will to actually push this forward as something that is at the center, is something that is important, because otherwise money, short-term gain economically will drive everything else away. In the meantime, rethinking this whole thing, actually, if you think it carefully now, the long-term gain is a lot more money than the quick bucks, the quick return. And we truly, truly learned this from the Big Dig, because now the amount of development and the richness of the community is bringing in so much dollar to the area. It really drives the whole economic engine. But this was possible because there was the political will to do it this way. Thank you.
So maybe, like, if I may, right? So yeah, we could design, we could research, we could publish as many as we can, right? But unless we bring that out to the public realm, right? That's not going to happen, right? We have to do that, right? So, and that's why, right? We need to understand our limits, right? So yeah, of course, we have great thoughts about holistic design and conservations and everything, right? Yeah, but that's, if we never brought that out in the public realm, it's never going to happen. Maybe it's a story, right? So with City of Rome, right? Giulio Carlo Argan, the great Italian art historian, right? What did he do when he saw the disappearance of the ancient Rome, right? So he ran for the office of mayor of Rome, and that's how he saved the city of Rome, right? So he switched, right? He switched his game, right? So from academician, right? So he entered the political arena. That's how he could, bring out his thought to the public. Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but this is something that you see already. The civil society is aware about this. So I just can say of our experience here in Verto Neusiedlersee, so this heritage alert was coming from 30 NGOs around the lake, or not only around the lake, but also from international NGOs dealing with cultural heritage and natural heritage. So I think the population not only around or in cultural heritage sites is aware about this, or increasingly aware about this. And what we experience now in the lockdown situation is that the people appreciate their surroundings even more, and thinking about this, what they don't have on site if they can't go out and see their environment. And the more the environment is something related to their collective memory, to their roots and their history, the better the healing would work. Yeah. So if you are then going out somewhere in a faceless, nameless environment, where is the gain for the people to really appreciate their environment again? So it is really something that more and more citizens also understand, and also telling it to the politicians in elections, because why did this mayor became the mayor? So why he was elected? Because he faced or raised these topic. Yeah. So people really are getting this point that it is important to conserve the cultural and natural heritage.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I just want to add one more thing. It's just like with what Arif was saying about academics. And I do think that we need to work in tandems, because I myself consider myself a practicing professional who worked in the trenches. So I learn and I know this through experience. And there are academians that is teaching and forming the minds of young professionals. And I think we need to work together, because this is now really a call to action to like really figure out how we can do this differently. And it has to be not just people like us who work in the field, but it has to be, we need more people to work with us. We need more people to get interested in doing this. And I think working together between professional and academics would be the key to making sure we have enough people, to be doing this.
Okay.
Yeah, professionals, academics, and society. I think this, yeah, because there are so many people now interested in that. and then they are all the time in internet using Instagram and blah blah blah, all these kind of things. But you can also use them, facilitate them in spreading the attribute values of heritage or certain parts of places. And if you then try to find some analytical tools to use them, you can also use the society, and there are a lot of people you can integrate in your studies.
Okay, nice discussion. Okay, yes, this is last question. Which one? Yes, coming from Pak Punto. Pak Punto is a member of organizing committee actually. This question is addressed to Pak Agus, ya, Pak Agus Budi Purnomo. Learning from what other presenters have mentioned, what is your insight about what pandemic can influence in our architecture and urban planning? Hello, Pak Agus. Hello. Are you hearing me? You don't hear my voice, Pak Agus? Oh, just not hearing my voice, I guess. Hello. Yes. Okay. Maybe can this question be answered by another presenters?
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah. Learning from what other presenters have mentioned, what is your insight about the what's your opinion, about what pandemic can influence in our architecture and urban planning? Could you answer, Bu Eti?
Well, for me, for me, actually, as horrible as this pandemic is, it's actually also give us an opportunity to do things differently, because definitely there's going to be a shift in terms of the pattern on how people live. There's going to be a shift in terms of the pattern on how people work. And now in the States, we're starting to be really worried about what to do with a lot of these offices, because most probably people are not going back to these offices. So one of the things that the AI is thinking about is maybe there's another reuse. Can we then change the offices into more like dwelling units? Because there's an immense amount of homelessness right now in the States. So, trying to then not just thinking about the things that is in front of you, but just thinking about it in a macro scale, it just, in a way, unfortunately, is quite exciting. So, yeah.
Yes, I completely agree with Bu Eti, right? So this is actually an opportunity for us. And actually, this is not the first time in history, right? So if you look back at the history of design, right, it's always, the urban reform was driven, urban reforms were driven by different kind of pandemics, like the plague, like the cholera and so on and so forth, right? Yeah, and that's led to, if you talk about infrastructure, the development of infrastructure in modern city in US and Europe was driven by the concerns for hygiene, right? So, and also the aesthetic of modern architecture, right? So why we have the clean lines, like white color, right? The simple geometry, right? So that was also driven by the idea of hygiene and health, right? From tuberculosis back in the 20s, right? So yeah, we could learn, right? How actually urbanism and architecture have evolved, right? So as a response to problem of health, and this is not the first time in history, right? So, but yeah, okay. What we need to do is like now what's the questions that we address, and what's actually the real problem? Now we have a different kind of a spatial relationship, what different kind of spatial perception. Now our perception of perhaps private space is completely different, right? So now we need to have at least like 6 feet around us. Like it's a different kind of spatial, right? So yeah, so we could think across scale, right? From the scale of human body to the scale of city, how we reframe our approach of design of space.
Okay, thank you, Pak Arif. Yes, by finishing this, finally we can end this session. We are sorry not to answer all questions because some of questions were already answered directly by the speakers. And I don't want to make a conclusion or resume of all materials since the materials were already clear enough and understandable. And at the end of this webinar there will be a wrap-up conclusion read by Dr. Nur Hikmah. Thank you to all audience for your kind attention and participation. Particularly, thanks a lot, Pak Agus, Pak Arif, Bu Eti, Pak Iwan, Prof. Kim, and Ulrike for sharing and being here, and also for your nice presentation and cooperation as well. Hopefully, all information we have shared today would be useful and beneficial for us. And big applause for us. Oh, no voice. Yeah. Okay, and I hand over the next session to MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Oka. Ladies and gentlemen, it's already 12:30 p.m. and it is time for us to lunch break. I would like to inform you that our lunch break is from 12:30 p.m. until 1:15 p.m. All participants are needed to enter the panel room for the parallel panel sessions. Please refer to the announcement that has been sent to WhatsApp group or link, which is on screen and room chat. You may access these links after lunch break. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Have a good.
Thank you.
Dinner.
Thank you.
Terima kasih Pak Arif dan Bu Eti yang jauh-jauh di Amerika. Sudah boleh tidur, Ibu?
Ya.
Ya? Buat subuh.
When is it now? What time is it now? 2
Yeah,
in the morning, 2 a.m. Yeah, right? 1:30 in the morning now in USA.
Yeah.
What time in Austria?
In Austria,
6.
7 o'clock.